Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Vizard. Alan Schimmel is still on vacation, but we're going to be talking about some awesome stuff. Nonetheless, Google is reportedly going to spend, roughly $23 billion to pick up an outfit called Wiz, which is a maker of a CNAP platform. Then we're going to jump into, Snowflake and all these single points of failure that are starting to show up in the cybersecurity landscape. And then finally, we got deep fakes being targeted at the Olympics with Elon Musk, and it's just a giant party, and who knows, maybe I'm a deep fake. We'll be back in a minute. All right, welcome back, everybody. On the gang today, we have Chris Blask joining us once again. He's north of the border, as always, or at least for a while, until maybe it cools down and wherever he happens to live. Chris, welcome to the show.
Hello, world.
All right. And then, of course, as usual, we have Mitch Ashley, our resident technology expert on all things cybersecurity and DevSecOps, hanging out in Denver. Mitch, good to see you.
I can't one-up Hello World, so I'll just leave it at Chris's Hello World. Thanks, Chris.
All right. And then finally, joining us today from the great state of Texas is Amanda Rosani, who runs Techstrong AI for us, Digital CXO and Techstrong ITSM. Amanda, as always, good to see you.
Good to see everyone.
All right, let's get started, shall we? Hey, Mitch, I'm going to throw this first one to you because, I'm not sure everybody knows who Wiz is that Google's acquiring, but it's apparently their maybe largest acquisition ever, and it's something called a CNAP, which I think stands for Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, one of those tongue-rolling phrases that Gartner coined not too long ago. But walk us through this deal a little bit and why we should be paying attention.
Yeah, CNAP. It's not what C-level executives do on afternoons at 2 p.m., so that's different on the CNAP. Anyway, so the rumor, or I'm not sure how totally confirmed it is, Wall Street Journal came out with an article, I think it was Friday, talking about the potential acquisition, or that they're in talks with acquisition with Google. And what, of course, got everybody's attention. Wiz is about a 4-year-old startup, very well funded. I think they have over $1 billion in funding, if I remember right. I think their last valuation was about $12 billion. So that Google wants to pay double, pay 23 roughly. Looking to do that, of course, got all of our attention. Like, okay, so how do I sign up for that program? That's a startup's dream. You talk about unicorns. So it's interesting because, where Wiz is focusing is right in the middle of the whole move to cloud native, move to microservices and containers, and how do you manage Kubernetes and secure it? And it's, of course, the more the market moves to it, the more you need solutions like that from Wiz and others. So I think it's directly recognition by Google that, they need some additional security capabilities to manage the Google Compute platform and all the microservices and cloud native things that you're doing on it. Now, obviously, Wiz isn't just a platform for Google's compute platform, but or cloud platform. So, that's one question is, will they kind of continue to go after the broader market? I would expect so, at least for the short term. So we'll see as this deal comes together, as it finalizes. Sometimes these rumors come out and the next day the deal happens. Other times, it kind of hangs out there and maybe it dies on the vine. Maybe it actually happens. So I think it's just significant just to see Google saying this is important, so important in security. We're willing to invest this kind of money in it. And of course, it gets the interest of every VC investor and startup, even non-startups in the land who are kind of thinking about maybe an acquisition would be helpful to them.
Chris, CNAPs were supposed to be kind of, on one level, a roll-up, right? I could aggregate all my different tools into this platform. Many of the tools became features, and my total cost of security was supposed to be lower. Of course, there's a big gap between theory and reality. Are you seeing, the organizations that you talk to actually deploying CNAPs, and what drives that decision?
Yeah, I think that the only answer is the short note that's in here is yes. We're always looking at, where have we been right now? Where are we right now? What's happening right now? what does that tell us about the future, right? And as Mitch said, there's lots of reasons for this. You look at valuations, the financial side, the function side, what are they trying to do? And if you're trying to guess where we're going, you say, why now, right? Why not earlier? Why not later? And to me, this one just kind of makes sense, right? In the supply chain world, right? Right now in the whole software bill of material world, so much of the conversation is about how do we put all this stuff together, right? And you get into these edge complexities that, in the case, Google hasn't really had to address until now. Now they kind of do, and it's, we're always, as security people or tech professionals, people who care about the industry, worrying that there's some cliff or barrier up ahead, that we need to deal with. But we keep getting there, right? And to harken back to the last episode I was on, we're talking about CISOs, right? The CISO role is fairly obvious. These sort of functions and features are fairly obvious. Just when is the time to do it? I think this acquisition is another good example of it's about time for this one.
Mitch, do you think that we'll see the other cloud service providers follow suit? Because Google bought Mandiant and clearly is making a bigger deal about security than the other guys are. At least that's my impression. But will there be kind of further roll-ups in your mind?
There'll absolutely be more roll-ups. Whether the other cloud providers acquire companies, they'll have to fill a gap in their offerings. But so many folks, Microsoft and Azure and AWS have a pretty rich set of security offerings already. So I'm not saying they won't do acquisitions. They certainly will. I mean, I think security is a ripe area for continued acquisitions because, I actually just posted on this the other day in LinkedIn, headlines about another breach. I know we're going to talk about this in a little bit. Actually aren't headlines. So they aren't news. Breaches happen every day. We're all numb to it. It's organizations are looking for, what can I do? What else can I do? Is there more other frameworks? Is there processes and incident response? Is there technology that I can be using? What do we have to do to kind of help stem the tide, or at least shore the walls, the dike, if you will, from breaches occurring? And so we really need to turn our focus to what solutions and approaches are working. And I think the cloud vendors are in a perfect position to not only market what they do, but really communicate effectively about what customers are doing with their solutions, because they can talk about it on a broad basis, right? In our cloud, here's how somebody uses blah, blah, blah service from either us or another vendor. It's a great time for them to partner with security vendors as well, already in their ecosystem and new ones too.
Well, let me follow up on that with you, because Google bought Mandiant, and one of the things that they seem to be positioning themselves is a provider of cloud security that goes beyond their platform. But do you think organizations are going to look to Google for securing not just the Google cloud, but other clouds and on-premise environments?
Well, if you're Microsoft Azure shop, you're probably not, hunting up the Google marketplace. But then again, if you know somebody like a Mandiant or a Wiz, or maybe already a customer, you may not necessarily jump right away just because Google bought them, unless you see actions taking of, okay, it's clearly this is now going to become Google centric. It's really how committed are they to the broader market, and do they leave it alone and let Wiz be Wiz, or do they make it Google Wiz? And now it's just about Google. Move on to this other platform tomorrow. No, it's like, let's do that in 12 months, right? Because we've got so much invested, not just in the technology, but in processes and training and people and operations around certain technology. So I think it could be wise for Google to leave it a market solution. And really, I think they have a much bigger addressable market if they can address things that are happening in Oracle Cloud as well as AWS and Azure.
Chris, what do you think about that? Because it seems to me we live in this hybrid world now, right? There's on-premise environments, multiple clouds. Most organizations have two or more. From a security perspective, do I want a platform that addresses all of those, or am I going to line up on a particular platform with a solution?
It always depends, right? For the vast majority of organizations are relatively small, right? And, not just the security, the whole Google platform, how many companies around the world just use it? It just works, as opposed to sourcing out a bunch of different parts. So anything these major platform providers do, that allows the bulk, the 80% of organizations out there to have one, as few as possible people to turn to. That's just pragmatically good. Now, as you flip to the opposite end of the spectrum, if you're extreme high risk and you have extreme resources, nation state, critical manufacturing, whatnot, you still need to have the in-house capabilities. You have to be able to make the choices on the ground that are appropriate for you. So in that world, again, just because you're a large organization doesn't mean you have infinite resources. You need to have partners you can work with who can aggregate the features and functions you need into consumable platforms and packages. But there's still is not and may never be a single solution to the complex cases.
Amanda, under the heading of AI is the answer, what was the question? Do you think that pulling all this data into one central location here for Google using a CNAP is kind of a piece of a larger AI strategy for Google?
Well, I think any good company is going to try to assess their deficiencies and where they could be better. And AI presents a new threat in cyber as well. So, I think it's a good strategy to partner up with another company that can provide options that maybe they can't.
Mitch, following up on that, do you think that AI played a role in this strategy? And how do I kind of make this work if I've got all this data in one cloud versus another cloud, and I need to show that to something that feels like a common AI model? What are the mechanics in making that work?
I question, is it the AI that Wiz might be doing, or is it Google's AI that might be easily incorporated in a relatively new product, newly built, newly architected, like a Wiz? Was that one of the considerations? I don't know that this is the case, but I could see Google saying, well, we can buy A or we can buy B, and B, we can really make some hay with AI, our Google AI. So I think, at least I think there's a good probability it may actually kind of go Google down instead of Wiz up. So we'll see, what happens in the AI space. Your point about data in all these clouds is a really good one because, where data is gravity, we've talked a lot about that, and where it lives as well as on premise. I think, but that's also a fact of life. We live in a world where most people, enterprises certainly are multi-cloud, sometimes not by choice, by acquisition and for other reasons. So services and APIs and things like that make it more reasonable to use AI facilities. Maybe you're building it around Google's strategy, but you're not completely living in Google's cloud. I think that's just part of the architecture that people consider. And where is our center of gravity for where our data, maybe even our AI lives? And is that, one of the major hyperscalers, or is it somebody else, Anthropic or OpenAI or whoever it might be, that's you're going to build your strategy around?
Chris, are you optimistic about the state of cloud security? And I think we've talked about this in the past, but one of the challenges people have is it's not so much that the cloud platform itself is any more or less insecure than anything else other folks might have, but we just don't seem to have the right workflows and processes in place, and it's just hard. So will this get easier as we go along?
By now, I'm optimistic about most everything, right? I think all this stuff works out in the end, but these are grand sweeping, across the industries kind of statements. For me as an individual, tactics end up being really, really important. But broadly, no. This it was 1991 or 92, right? Working with Bell Canada, selling firewalls and hearing, say, hey, our customers can't manage these. Maybe we can manage these ourselves. So now we're 30-something years into managed security. And as you say, the whole concept of cloud, what was it, 10 or 15 years ago, it's just somebody else's computer. It's like, that's right. You don't have to run it. So generally, yeah, it's all going to work out. These competitive pressures, to Mitch's earlier point, there's always going to be breaches. Breaches are bad. Don't be one. However, since the world is like that, when breaches happen or bridges collapse or whatnot, engineers learn lessons. So don't get your fingers pinched off in this one. But I go back to my last statement. most companies, and again, most people watching this show, for example, don't have a CISO, right? That most companies don't have these capabilities. Stop worrying about it. You have enough problems with staying in business. Focus on that. Trust Amazon or Google or whoever. But as it gets more serious, you have to take more ownership. So there are very good service. Listen to folks like this. Listen to folks like Mitch, who can tell you that, over the last 18 months, no, you don't want to do this right now, maybe next year. That's where the value of expertise comes in. So it all depends on where you are, but generally, yeah.
Mitch, to Chris's point, because I've had this conversation with some folks out there, and it kind of goes along these two lines. On the one hand, they'll spend 10 minutes complaining about the fact that they can't find the skills and expertise required to make this security thing work. And then when you ask them, well, why don't you lean more on external expertise? They go, well, security is too important to trust somebody else. So where should we land on this whole, how much should I do versus the platform people versus third-party servers?
Well, that's sort of the internal build or buy, homegrown versus not. And by the way, I would listen to Chris Blast. If you're going to listen to somebody, thanks, Chris. But people should be listening to you for sure. For sure. It's who I go to when I have a question. It's Chris. I think you are relying on others because you're using security products and technologies from third parties. And hopefully you're leaning on their solutions engineers and the professional services that can help you implement that, as well as what Chris was talking about around managed services. It's hard to just lift and shift and say, okay, it's all your problem now and you're going to run security for us, because security isn't just an operational thing. It's as Chris Betts talks about it at AWS, it's a culture of security, not a security culture. So it's really infused in how you operate, how you build software, how you make decisions about priorities around where you're going to put efforts, what you invest in, et cetera. And that's the security is the number one priority on everything. But it's part of that. You can tell whether security is important or not. Like, oh yeah, what are we going to do to secure this? Or what's the security strategy? Let's make sure what is our strategy while we're making this decision approach to do that. So, I've always been a fan of find people that know more than you do and help gain your knowledge from them and your experience by working with them. And what you need to grow internally, grow that too. It's sort of a multi-pronged strategy.
I think it's a good sign when a company is proactive and trying to improve.
Well, there you go. To Amanda's point, this is a developing story, and it's part of the cybersecurity acquisition du jour. So stay tuned. We'll update you as this deal hopefully maybe closes, but who knows? There might be other deals in the offing. We'll see what happens because the soap opera never ends. We'll be back in a minute. All right, folks, and we're back with what can only be considered the daily crime report, because once again, we're talking about cybersecurity breaches. This time, it's extensions of the Snowflake breach that people have been talking about. This one involved AT&T and Advanced Auto Parts. And then at the same time, speaking of autos, the folks over at CDK may or may not have paid a ransom. We'll see. But suddenly all those car dealers are coming back online and no one's explaining exactly why. Chris, let's start with you on this one. To Mitch's earlier point, breaches happen almost every day now, and we're kind of getting inured to the whole thing. But have we created sort of a single point of failure here with all these cloud and SaaS platforms that we embraced? Because in the rush in COVID, nobody built their own thing. So everybody went out and just kind of started using all these third-party apps. And did we really think through the security implications?
Let me see if I work backwards through that. Did we think through the security implications? Lord, no. Why wouldn't we start now doing that? We thought, how do we get this stuff working? I don't think a lot of it really had to do with COVID, but the rush to adopt things that frankly have been laying around mostly for 10, 20, 30 years, do a lot of remote stuff, may have pushed a lot of issues. But I don't think we really could have gotten much further earlier. It's not a very satisfying question. We're always wanted to, why aren't things better than they are? But I can't help looking back and saying, okay, where over the last 30 years, where's the time, focus, budget, whatever, to do better than we've done now? So we keep walking into these traps, to your point, where everybody starts doing this, and all of a sudden, that creates the vulnerability space that someone exploits, and that's our next, big defensive wave. We keep surviving them, most of us. That doesn't help you much if you were a company or person or employee A, who absolutely didn't. But I don't see it end anytime soon. I think people who are alive today will see the end of this level of thrash. But putting it all together, we still do not today have the ability on really any level. The supply chain is a good model for it, but it's not just that. What is all the information you could have to make these decisions in advance while things are happening? How long would it take to get that information? Longer than you have. So, to that end, yes, we keep making these single point of failures that sweep up a lot of us, fortunately not all at the same time. And diligence, will have a positive effect on that for quite some time.
Mitch, are there steps, things people should be doing to evaluate these, what essentially are third-party risks, right? I mean, we went to use an application, and how do we know that the people who built the application or a SaaS environment actually made it all the right security steps, or at least reasonable ones? I mean, there are compliance check marks, but a lot of those are the basics, right?
Yes, the shared risk model, right? Which means I'm distributing some of the risk, meaning I'm really relying on other people and their services. Doesn't mean that the risk is actually shared, because it's all still yours. Doesn't matter whether Snowflake had the problem. It's the customers of Snowflake that ultimately have the problem, or whoever, just this is one of many. I think the headline needs to flip from what's the breach du jour, or yet another breach today, because it is. It's just something where you're like, okay, so what? AT&T had it. How many? Okay, is that a big number? Because the last time I heard something else, that would seem like a big number too. I think, and now we get notifications on our LifeLock applications and everything else, or from Experian or whatever thing. Like your information may have been stolen. I kind of assume it has already. So, and probably multiple times. I think the process, if you think about security, we think about it as technologies. Really what security about is this continuous effort of continuously improving our security, not just operationalizing it, but because security shouldn't be a static state. It should be a constantly evolving, because the threats evolve, and also what we're doing, our environment evolves. If software developers are deploying code a couple times a day or week, or what, maybe multiple times, attack surface just changed. Kubernetes is wrapping things up and down as demand changes. Okay, that could change our attack service too. We're using another third-party service, rolling out on a release coming up. So I think the real role of security is not creating a beachhead and say, okay, we're good for a while. It's how do we continuously improve this? What are we not doing? Who are we not talking to that might have some other answers? Has someone done a better job of implementing the NIST framework for this? I saw Chris Blast talking on Techstrong Gang about some of his work. Where do I find him? How do I go find out what that stuff is? Oh, software supply chain. Okay, good. That's good. I'm going to go talk to Cassie Crossley about that. There's a lot of people doing really good work. And I think that's, if you aren't doing that, if you're kind of not taking this as a constant thirst for learning and understanding and how do I improve, then you're certain to fall behind. And if you aren't kind of wired that way, I think it's really tough for folks to ramp up that flywheel and keep it running. Chris, I love your perspective on it. If you agree or you have some different views.
Yeah. The first morning of the first security event of any sort that I went to, we were launching the first of my products, and these two folks came up with a really good technical question, and I knew the answer to that one. I was proud of myself. I was like, I know. But thanks. When you came back and said, had a second one, and I actually knew the second answer to that. And I can't explain how little I knew about all this at the time. And they came back with the third one, and I said, and at this point, I'm hyper tired before the day even started, of course. I'm all jazzed up on caffeine. And I said, that's a great question. I haven't any idea. But what you're really buying, you're not buying a product, you're buying a relationship with a group of people who take this personally. And if they find something like that, you say, hey, what about this thing? It's a problem. It's a real problem. They will live on anger and caffeine until it's fixed. And that's it. And I said at the time, it's like, that's it. And it'll never get any better than that, to your point, right? So as most organizations, even organizations with the resources to have CISOs and have budget, your success will come down to your ability to determine whether your partners you're working with care. What does that mean? Do they all want to look like they care? Yes. But, a lot of people in the industry take this really seriously and take it really personally. And that's the organic benefit. The actual digital tools are just temporal, whatever happens to work right now. That sounds really hippie, but it's just kind of true.
Well, let me follow up with you on that particular point. Our security teams, and it's a function of human nature rather than a flaw per se, but are they too focused on the things that they can control themselves? So if there's an IT environment and they can go and apply the fixes, they're going to, that's something that they can have an impact on the outcome. With these third-party applications and services, even though our risk levels are rising, the security team, it's difficult to affect any change, right? I mean, what am I going to do? Send somebody a memo? I mean, so is that part of the reason why we're not focused on this expanding attack surface?
And try to find a concrete answer to this. The answer is just yes, right? Everything you said, so we all try to control what we can control. I think a lot of security and success in business or anything is trying to predict, right? So the kind of problems we have with corporate, for-profit security breaches and operations are kind of predictable just in those words. Corporate for-profit. What are the motivations? How do we get the resources? Where do the budgets come from? What do people care about? And this is not. There's nothing fatalistic about that, but you just have to realize those things are what they are. As security people, one of our standard feelings, which again is very predictable, we should be self-aware to walk in and say, well, I told them what they need to do, and they didn't do it, so I'm right and they're wrong. Sorry, you're a hacker. You're wrong. It's not just about hacking the digital whatever or having the right answer for the current security issue. It's about understanding I'm trying to protect this thing, this company, this nonprofit, this government entity. It has these characteristics, and not be the subject of a conversation like this where we're all saying, oh, here's another corporate entity that got hacked and breached. And if you look at them closely, you'll find out, they kind of weren't taking it serious. And whose fault is that? Great question. At the C-suite, you should know that stuff anyways. It's all normal risk like anything else. And from the engineering and technical side, you shouldn't be surprised, that you're asked for a massive budget to take care of something you're really passionate about. Doesn't work in a for-profit corporate world.
I think there's still also a lack of communication, and there should be better communication between all departments. And sometimes the action plan for when there is a threat is not clear across all departments.
Mitch, I will posit a theory. You can tell me how off base I am, but we have SOC 2 compliance, and theoretically all these people are supposed to be filling out a form, and it basically says, yes, customer data is not exposed to internal employees, and we did all these checkmark things. Do we need to take that to a higher level where we're creating some sort of independent third-party service that's rating these third-party platforms for their security capabilities so that people factor that into their buying decision?
Well, they actually do some of that today. Compliance is there may be a list of requirements. Oftentimes it's, what are your requirements and are you following that? Is usually what compliance is about, guided through some framework. Providers today, pay people to do pen testing and social engineering and things like that, and they provide reports from those organizations. So that kind of information, it's not a rating scale, but it is a, send me your most recent pen test and what kind of issues came up. And they've likely been resolved, hopefully been resolved, but it gives you a feel for the kind of issues that they've had over the past. I think in addition to compliance and checklists and things like that, which are all helpful, and one of the things I want to highlight is CISA's Secure by Design initiative. So this is taking a different approach. Let's step back and say, how do we take security to a different level in terms of how seriously we take it across the organization, kind of to Amanda's point, right? Rather than being in security organizations and I'll make sure everybody's doing enough to get by or what we think they should be doing or enough that we can say they're doing enough. And the Secure by Design initiative, a lot of people have signed on to it. It's relatively new, but I think it gives some ideas, some guidance about how do you elevate decisions around security. So it's as important as what is the cost of this application, or what's the cost to build this, or what's the cost to move to a different cloud provider, whatever it might be. And I'm not doing it justice. You can go to, I think it's, CISA? I've got the URL somewhere. It's CISA.gov/secure by design. That's where it is. There's a pledge people can take, things like that, if you want to take it that seriously. But there's some really good thinking, some resources that CISA and then also the FBI from some help from them to kind of help. How do you as a security organization turn it from just a cost of doing business and filling out compliance information to thinking about how you create kind of that culture of security I was talking about earlier. So definitely check that out.
To your point, and we talked about this on an earlier show, and Chris, I'd love to get your thoughts on this, but it seems like a massive amount of the legacy software we have out there, whether it's in a SaaS platform or on-premise or whatever, is just fundamentally insecure. So do we need to go back in and kind of restructure all these environments and maybe change the reward system to drive that? Because we're so obsessed with new features and capabilities that meanwhile we have all this stuff out there that is certainly not created with secure by design methodology thinking, that's for sure.
Right. And we do in the end, right? And we rightly, so I call out a lot of folks on these shows, but Ginger Wright and Andy Bachman at Idaho National Labs at Department of Energy, secure by design stuff. As I'll continue to say, when you see brilliant, interesting people doing things at a time, it may be time for, right? And so secure by design, as a sort of concept, you can go back as many decades as you want and while the epic rants, we should be doing it right the first time. But this time around is much more mature. It takes into account things like, I run a power grid. In that power grid, there's a lot of Windows 7 and Windows XP, and it's not going away. Therefore, since I have all these things, how do I then, design my overall system securely? So that a lot of these, tactical complaints we have over time. I love the operational technology, the OT, the industrial control system world. And, I can't tell you how often, to this literal day today, I see Windows 7 and Windows XP, and you can say, that's massively insecure. But you're saying that to someone who paid $1 million for a laser cutting machine, and they're going to, maximize the profits on that. And if you upgrade it, it stops working. So, yeah, we'll get there, but we can design securely without, doing the logistically impossible things of replacing everything.
Mitch, developers spend what percentage of their time trying to fix stuff that already exists? Maybe 10% or less. Do we need to just change the hero dynamics of this and just say, hey, we're going to make sure that developers who are fixing stuff get credited with that, and that compensation drives behavior, and we're just kind of got the whole compensation model wrong?
Yeah, it's kind of the mountain of technical debt, right? Or security debt. Another way to look at it. there's all kinds of stats about how long it takes to get a patch to a vulnerability into production, more or less fixing something in your own code. Yes, that's something that we can do. And oftentimes people organize, okay, it's Security Debt Day, Friday, we're working on this and trying to make, let's make another dent in this, or approaches like that, or gamification of it. It's hard because developers are usually rewarded on capabilities that they've shipped. What features have we put in our software? Have we launched the product? All of that kind of thing. So I think, that the tide is maybe shifting somewhat. Secure by Design is one initiative. DevSecOps is really being rethought from the shift left approach of let's just do it earlier in the process, which is a good thing. Not to say that isn't valid, but let's think about security systemically through the entire security lifecycle or software lifecycle, whether it's something we do in the front end, as well as while we're building software, doing code reviews, whatever it might be. There was an announcement or a call from CISA and the FBI to make better use, more secure ways to make operating system calls through code, because people would pass just a string as a parameter to the operating system and it would execute whatever's in that string. Well, guess what? That's a really easy thing to compromise if you can get into that flow, parameterize it, use libraries, things that are secure of how it talks to the operating system. Just improvements like that could make a big, meaningful difference in the security of your software. So I think the other thing we also have to consider is it's not just the software we're building, it's the infrastructure and softwares you're using to build it. It's the underlying tool chain and infrastructure. That's where a lot of our software supply chain attacks start, whether it's an image of something that comes into the pipeline, or like what happened with SolarWinds is something in the CI/CD build process. It gets compromised through a vulnerability in the software there. So that entire tool chain has to be relooked at and apply those same security principles that I've always done in the network world, and think about segmentation and separation recoverability, things like that, of how we not only build software, but how the processes we use to build it.
Your point, to give everybody can't get a much more contemporary example. So as of Monday, this week on the CISA SBOM work group call, is a public calls, nobody speaking out of class. The Italian team came and gave a talk about dependencies. Just if you take let's take a big look at dependencies and say, can I really tell? Is the dependency information I'm getting really that reliable? And if so, how? How reliable? It turns out, no, right? So to your point, Mitch, we have a lot of things to put together, and realistically, you're not in the position to put most of them together now. Now as always is the time to do the things you can do, and to plan for some of the things that 12 and 24 and perhaps more months out that you will get into. But you should be looking at this issue of dependencies. If that sticks in the head, how is everything connected? How far can I go? How deep can I get? You probably need to expand that bubble in the near to midterm.
All right, folks, I don't know exactly how we're going to solve this problem, but I really do like the idea of once a week, bring out your security debt. That would be a good place to start. All right, we'll be back in a minute.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, folks, and we're back. And if you haven't noticed, every time that there's a major event, there's like a cybersecurity storm that follows it. And the latest one is the Olympics. There are many scams now being launched to kind of convince people to go to malicious websites, download code, all kinds of nefarious behavior. It's the usual kind of thing. But this time around, we're starting to see these things called deep fakes more often. The latest one involved Elon Musk and a voice likeness that he was used within a scam. And Amanda, I know that on Techstrong AI, you've been writing about the rise of these deep fakes using AI technologies for a while. Do you think we've kind of hit this thing where now it's mainstream awareness and people understand what they're looking at, and hopefully maybe they won't be fooled as easily? Or how do you see this evolving?
Well, there is more awareness. People are aware that it can take place, but I'm not sure that they're able to decipher what's a deep fake or an AI voice versus the real one. We're still seeing lots of confusion in that area.
All right. Well, Chris, how do we kind of spot these things? And I'll ask you this because we've been doing end user training forever and a day. And for the most part, it's felt a lot like, traffic school, where you send end users to, remedial training for how to spot these things. And AI is making that, or at least it's starting to feel like it's making that obsolete because, it's too hard to detect. And now we have these deep fakes. They're using voice and video and all kinds of things. And maybe it's beyond the average end user's ability to see, but what's your take on what's going on with all this stuff?
Well, like so many other issues, this is why I'm always talking about inevitability curves. It may be, the better way to say that is uninevitability. At certain points, we're not going there any further. And this is something that not just I, because of what I've done for a living, anybody who's thought about computer graphics and movies and the special effect over the last 30 years, they're moving in a certain direction. Along that line, at some point, is the ability to make video that looks, honest to God, pixel by pixel, exactly like the real thing, no matter what it is. So that's been coming regardless. You can see this, decades ago. Now it's here. Isn't this fun? The question in any such case becomes, what happens next? And what happens next is not just 1 year, but 1,000, 10,000 years. This is not going away. The ability to say, hey, that really is that piece of video is part of the history now. It'll never come back, not in the same way. So what do we do? I think to Amanda's point, this lines up with the malicious influence campaign sort of stuff that, again, everybody's using now. This information thing. So the effectiveness of putting out something that looks like a picture, something that looks like a video, something that's really convincing, is itself going down. What do we do about that? Longer topics, but I think the kinds of things we see in digital cybersecurity have a play there, but they have to be tied with real cognitive sciences. How do people think? How do we process information on a personal basis, not just corporate professional behavior?
Yeah, and I know I've heard some companies talking about digital watermarks of sorts, but how do we know that those can't be faked? If it's online, it's at risk. So it's a hard process to solve this issue, I think.
Oh, yeah, I like the term time to transparency for a lot of things these days, and this is a perfect one. We all know, do your own research. It comes down to how much time do I have? Anybody, I believe this, doesn't require a grand intellect. Really taking the amount of time it takes to research something today really can't. The key word there is time. None of us really have that time, right? So we have to continue making assumptions, as people always have. But it's, Amanda, though, I personally, I think one of the answers is literally watermarks, but you have to get that next question, as we look at visual information, pictures and videos and so forth. And there has to be enough transparency under that. I can tell, I like the idea that we can somehow get a system where people can look at a piece of content and have a pretty good idea that there is someone behind that, if they wanted to take the time and look. And if they did take that time to look, they would be satisfied to a reasonable level of satisfied that was true. So I think the risk here as security people, as engineers, we usually look at the 100% solution, and there's nothing of value before that. I think what we'll find is that good enough solutions that provide an appropriate level of comfort on the personal level that, I may not agree with this, but at least I think it may be fake, but at least there's someone back there that I can trace it to and say, hey, you made a fake thing.
I also wonder if there's some way to tie blockchain technology in somehow to where you could definitely trace it back there and know that it's real that way.
That's right. This is actually where the digital bill of materials dbomb.io that open source project came from. It was two working up Mediante, call outs as always. He and I were having a conversation about blockchain and security. And as we looked at it, blockchain, of course, distributed ledgers may or may not be contentious, but regardless of that, but as you say, Amanda, given that we have this example, shared ledgers can get really, really good at non-repudiation. And as we make that easy enough, so I envision a future where, for example, I could take my Android phone, create a screenshot. I've already chosen to create an attestation on a ledger somewhere that was me with my phone. As far as we know, at least I, scanned it with my fingerprint and I took that screenshot, and anybody who can and should know that, will know that. I think people, I would sign on to that. I don't care. I did take that screenshot. And if that provides a reasonable level of comfort, given that to our topic today, we all know that any individual image we see, even now any piece of video, may just not be real. And how can we tell the difference? Time. We ask our friends, look around, and we don't have the time.
To your point, though, let's go back to that, unfortunate incident involving the assassination of President Trump attempt there. When that first came over, I think a lot of people were like me, and they kind of paused and they waited for more verification before they believed that the actual event occurred, because there's so much noise in the system now that maybe we are getting to the point where we just don't trust what we see or hear initially, and we just wait for multiple trusted sources to verify something. Amanda, is that where we are?
Oh, yeah. The level of conspiracy theorists out there on that one, I was going down the rabbit hole reading comments. It was staged. It was a fake video. So, yes.
All right.
So, sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
And I think, we all know, so literally, this is this week. Everyone's having these same conversations. I find them to be healthier conversations. I've got an extremely broad spectrum of political, ideological friends and people that you would have expected a couple of years ago to yell one through another, mostly orange. I think we're all growing up together with this and saying, all right, the elephant in the room, it is a good example. It's, in my opinion, entirely too complicated and unreliable for any parties, to have this one be a conspiracy. So many things can go wrong, and just not it wouldn't be worth doing. Conspiracies do happen, but I think we're getting better at determining when and why. It is a perfect example. Lots of reasons. Lots of stakeholders have a lot of reasons to try to fake something like this, pro and con or whatever. But I think we all decided, no, this is real. This actually happened.
Right. I guess the one thing I do worry a little bit about is, for the internet, the theory was at least that it would be easy for multiple content providers to participate. And now I wonder, because of deep fakes and AI and all this stuff, are we going to narrow the number of sources that we'll consider, because not just out of personal preference or bias, but just be out of a trust issue. But in so doing, we kind of reduce the benefits of AI and the internet.
I kind of think we've done that already. My question is, I don't think we fall into the eternal abyss and never climb out. And, George Orwell turns out to be a fortune teller. But I'm more interested in when the emergent properties of making those poor choices get endemic enough that, large chunks or majorities of populations, say, all right, I'm willing to do the extra bit, so I don't have to deal with that anymore. I don't think we're getting worse. I think we've been there for a while, and we're being shoved up on the sandbars where you have to make choices.
I think everybody's starting to recognize those choices. Let me ask you another question about this. So let's say you're the cybersecurity team and you're working for the Olympic Committee. I mean, how does all of this stuff change the way you think about your job, your mission? Because there's football games, there's all kinds of events like this where the cybersecurity tactics and techniques have to evolve.
Well, I've sort of done that sort of thing, working with, NFL teams and owners and stadium systems and so forth. And, what you do now, what are the risks and so forth. And, and again, I think to our point, this has been one that, up to 10 or more years ago, I started saying, okay, in the future, this is something you really think about. Because think about it. You're a sports team, you're a venue, and, you're a big stadium. And at some point, I hack in and do something, that goes really, really popular. Everybody knows all about it, right? Cause a stampede or whatever it is. In our case here, by putting something out there that looks really convincing to a whole bunch of fans who are already, all excited, and they all rush the exits or whatever it is. So there's no answer for an individual team, that engage folks, who've been thinking about this a lot. Pablo Brower, SD Turf, right? And get their thoughts on what you can pragmatically do today in your context. I think there's a lot of things you can do. Personally, I think, at the organizational level, honesty and openness is a wonderful thing. We all have a hard time believing this from organizations and corporations and so forth, but we will at the end, recognize, some people inside who are actually serious about this. And it works well for them because they sell a lot of products. It works well for the rest of us because we actually get a partner we can rely on.
Of course, then we also see sports organizations embracing the same technology that's confusing everyone. I mean, they're embracing it. So you see the Olympics using AI to replicate Al Michaels' voice to give all the feedback during the Olympics. So that's interesting.
Can I hop in on this? This is the Olympics committee. I don't feel very highly for the competence of that organization. So I think it'd be fun to watch the mistakes they make that we can all comment on and teach lessons to people never to do that sort of thing.
All right. So we all get to benefit from those who go before us, right? We salute you kind of thing.
Particularly the stupid ones. Yeah.
What, as we kind of think this whole thing through for a minute, Amanda, do you think we'll use AI tools to identify deep fakes created with AI tools? And this is just going to be AI versus AI.
Yes, I think so. Fight AI with AI. It's kind of an oxymoron, but yes.
All right.
But I don't think it's a just, right? It is, but, we take sides all the time. And I think we'll all find, we're comfortable enough to say, yes, but it's my AI. And I trust this one.
So we just need some sort of, trust verification system for AI that we all can agree on, and then maybe we can move forward from that. But it seems to me that that's a little bit hard, and we'll see how that all evolves. But in the meantime, hey, I promise you one thing. Everybody who shows up here on Techstrong TV is a real person because we verified them. So there'll be at least I hope not, there'll be no fake people participating in these conversations going forward. Hey, Chris, Amanda, thanks for being on the show, sharing your insights as always.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. And with that, folks, we're going to end this section and move on to the rest of the Techstrong TV lineup for today. We invite you to check them all out. And we think it's going to be an awesome set of shows, so stay tuned.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
Welcome to the 6.5 Summit. This year's theme is AI Unleashed. This is the Connected Intelligent Edge track. And I have the pleasure of speaking with Mike Fitz with T-Mobile. He leads solution sales for T-Mobile for Business. But before we get started, I want to set a little bit of context. So the theme of our discussion is unpacking the potential of the Connected Intelligent Edge. And certainly T-Mobile's approach extends to users anywhere through mobility, security and network slicing. It's a disruptive approach from my perspective that leverages a unified 5G network and SASE for secure ubiquitous access. And so with that, Mike, let's jump into it. Maybe let's start with defining the connected intelligent edge and what that means for T-Mobile and its customers.
Yeah. Great. Well, first of all, great to be here. Great to have this time together again. I always enjoy doing these with you. And let's start with what does that really mean? And I will tell you, I work for a connectivity company here at T-Mobile, so I'm a little biased on the word connected in the connected intelligent edge. But to me, really what it means is simply this. When you think about connectivity and how important it is to underpin applications, to me, what connected intelligent edge is, it's almost another way of saying, maybe network as a service, we sometimes talk about it, but it's really about how do we take what somebody like AWS and Azure and GCP have done in the compute space and do the same thing in the connectivity space. Create that sort of ultra flexibility, reliability, stability, security for connectivity to underpin and support applications in the same way those guys do. So to me, that's really what that connected intelligent edge is all about.
No, it makes perfect sense, Mike. And I think one of the challenges, CIOs are faced with just a number of challenges with disaggregated infrastructure, with AI, with protecting AI, and all of that. And so, from your perspective, in speaking with your customers, where does this whole notion of connected intelligent edge fall within the priority rankings of all these other things that they're dealing with?
Well, it's certainly important to them, but I always think about it this way. At the end of the day, one of the biggest jobs of a CIO is deploying applications. It's solving their business problems using technology, and many times that really manifests itself in the form of the applications they deploy. And given that, I would argue that so much else that they do, whether it's connectivity, security, even AI, all those things are really just a means to an end, a means to deliver a more robust, disruptive, innovative, productive application that really drives their business forward. So yes, something like the connected intelligent edge is very important to CIOs, but in the context of it's a means to an end. And I think we should never forget that when we're in this business, because I will tell you, I had not yet walked into an EBC or a customer meeting where a customer says to me, hey, if I can just buy more 5G SIMs today, it'll be a great day. That doesn't happen. They walk in and they want to solve their problems, right? They want to create value for the company, and we can be a means to help them do that.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you pointed to like business outcome, right? This isn't about collecting technology; it's about driving better business outcomes and really enhancing the overall customer experience, right? And that is something that and I followed T-Mobile for many years. And that is something that you're relentlessly focused on. You have been in consumer, and you're building that beachhead in business as well. But when you sort of talk about the network edge, lots of people define it differently. I've heard fat, thin, near, far, and I'm wondering from your perspective, how far does T-Mobile's edge extend?
Well, the way I think about the definition of the edge is I actually don't think I get to define it anymore. And I don't think CIOs get to define it. I think it's being defined by our end users. And those end users could be our employees. They could be our customers. They could be our partners, our vendors, you name it. They're defining the edge now, right? The old days where we used to, I've been in this business like you a long time, and the old days where we used to, define a box of, hey, here's your MPLS core and your apps are going to run in there. Those days are gone. Our users now demand, right? I want to work mobilely. I want to work at home. And I think, frankly, the connected edge is wherever they take us, and we have to embrace it. We can control that to a degree, and we know that. But if you want to create the value and really satisfy those end users, that connected edge has to extend where they want to be. And that does mean giving them their business applications at home, giving it to them on the road, in a hotel, on an airplane, wherever they are. We need to figure out how we meet them there and provide what I said earlier, that, resiliency, stability, security, et cetera, in that connectivity wherever they are.
Yeah, it's meeting customers where they are, right?
Yeah.
And I know that the company, you've spoken a lot around, kind of the flexibility that 5G provides and the ability to support work from anywhere. And certainly we live in a hybrid work world now where, I think telecommuting before the pandemic was a nice to have. And now it's sort of table stakes, right? And it's important to be able to meet customers where they're at. Specifically, can you speak to what T-Mobile is doing to embrace that idea of meeting users where they work? Is there anything that you're doing from the way that you're architecting the network deployment or the way that you're delivering applications or security that support that? Because security is a huge issue too, right?
No, it is. It's key to that. No, for sure. Well, I tell you, we've sort of embraced this idea that I actually think is fairly unique and actually a little bit disruptive in the way we've been doing networks our whole careers. And it's this idea that I've been calling the flat network. And the concept is that we can once, for the first time, I think ever, frankly, connect our users of our applications, no matter what persona they may be, to the same network all the time. And you may say, well, wait a minute, have we been doing that? And what does that mean? Well, I would say, no, we haven't been doing that. In fact, we connect to different networks all the time. I mean, I know you're traveling right now, and I think you might even be in a hotel. I'm not sure, but
I am.
You probably are, given your schedule. But think about your travels in the last, since you left home to go out there on that trip. How many different networks have you been connected to? Right? You were on your home network. You were in an Uber, maybe on your mobile network. You were in an airport. You were on an airplane, maybe. That's 4. A hotel is 5. The convention, that's 6. Right? If you go see another customer right out there, that's 7. Lots of different networks, and every one of those networks has different performance characteristics, different reliability characteristics, different security profiles. Right? It's very unpredictable, and what we are unlocking here, and I think is pretty exciting, is this idea that with 5G cellular, really cellular, but 5G in particular, and I'll talk about how private networks play into this in a minute. Yeah, all 3 of the personas, as I describe them, of a user, and when I say personas, I'm not talking about a technology persona, but how they think about consuming work and consuming applications. By those personas, I mean when they're working in the office, when they're at home, or when they're basically anywhere else, which is mobile, because that's how they think about consumption. For the first time ever, we can provide a single network that can connect them in all 3 personas 24/7. We do that, at T-Mobile. We're really good at doing that mobily. That's what people know us for, right? Yeah. We've also been crushing the home and business internet space with our fixed wireless products, right? We've been doing about 500,000 devices a quarter in an industry that's doing about 800,000. And that, I'm not talking fixed wireless. I'm talking overall internet connections, right? Sure. Crushing that space. So we've built a strong foothold there. And now with our, sort of private 5G options, which we can talk about in a minute, we've now covered the workspace as well. So again, for the first time ever, we create this architecture where you can be connected to one network all the time. And what does that mean? Why is that so important? Because I can provide you SLAs, I can provide you performance guarantees, I can give you predictable speeds, latency, traffic filtering, consumption models, segmentation of traffic, locations where traffic terminates, all these things that you can only do in a single network. If you're connected to that single network all the time, we can do that for you. And that is incredibly powerful because today, what do you have to do as a CIO to make applications perform? You have to predict what are those 7 networks that my users are going to be on over the next week, and how can I build my application to the least common denominator to perform, right? That's what we have to do. The network doesn't work for us. We make an application work despite the network. And so with our model, with this whole flat network architecture, I think we unlock something pretty exciting and a first in the industry by disrupting this whole WAN, LAN, Wi-Fi model that's been forever. And we find it pretty exciting, actually.
It is. And, you're optimizing for the best user experience again, right? You're not having to your point, focus on the least common denominator. The other super powerful thing about what you're creating with this unified flat network, from my perspective, is when you have one network, you don't manage a bunch of overlays. You have consistent policy constructs for security.
Yes. Yeah.
And so think about that scenario that we were just walking through. I mean, that connectivity at a hotel is pretty porous, right? I mean, that attack surface is quite large. And that could be the point where a bad actor has already entered the network and is moving laterally, and then, game over. So you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? And
absolutely.
So that's what I find super powerful.
No, and that's exactly what I meant by you build applications and you build connectivity to the least common denominator. In your example, that hotel Wi-Fi could very well be it. So no, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, we've been, you've mentioned private a couple of times. It's super exciting. Traditionally cellular has been used as a redundant backup in enterprise deployments and that sort of thing. It's becoming the primary modality, especially in operational technology environments, areas that have been traditionally unconnected. Where does T-Mobile see private networking play a role? And also, I'd like you to go a little deeper into how you're approaching it, because from my perspective, we haven't seen a hockey stick on adoption. And one of the reasons why is that there are so many different ways to get there: as a service, a network slice on a public network, in a box from a solution, and then the whole notion of licensed spectrum and how you manage all that. And so I'd love you to spend some time on T-Mobile's approach and how you're trying to simplify that whole process for your customers.
Oh, well, it's a great question. And I can't tell you that we or anybody yet has greatly solved this or simplified it such that there's one answer, because there is honestly, no single answer just yet. But I can certainly answer from the perspective of how I think most customers are looking at it today. And I will tell you, it is one of the reasons why private networks and the whole idea is so exciting to us, is it is that sort of that anchor that unlocks this whole flat network architecture, because up until now, the domain of the workplace has been dominated by sort of legacy WANs and Wi-Fi networks and LANs in those buildings, right? And so when you start to put 5G in those buildings, cellular in there, and that becomes the primary means of connectivity. All right. So that you're on in my case, I have my connected laptop. I'm on right now. I'm connected to 5G here. I'm connected when I go home. I'm connected in the hotel. I'm connected everywhere, no matter what I'm doing. Right. So that is a big unlock for that flat network story. But to your point, private means a lot of things to a lot of people. And I think there was a period of time we went through thinking private 5G meant, air-gapped, separate networks, right? We got to put our secure mission critical stuff over here. And honestly, that is a use case, but a real niche use case we're finding. The biggest use case we're finding is we have embraced the idea that really what we're doing for our customers is purpose building 5G. That is really sort of what we've embraced, because what we find most customers really want is they just want a highly reliable, high-performing network that is everywhere. And they don't have to worry about gaps, right? Which you often have in a Wi-Fi network. I mean, you can certainly build out and densify your Wi-Fi access points and do a much better job, but it's not easy. It's not easy to ever get every nook.
It might also not be cost efficient as well, right?
It may not be. And you may not have a practical way to light up the outdoors area of a campus, right? And so they really just want really good coverage, but it may be coverage that we as carriers aren't willing to provide at no cost, for one thing, right? Like, for example, one of the universities we lit up actually had really good T-Mobile coverage, better than the other two carriers at this particular university, and they were really happy with it. But when they decided they wanted to give every matriculating or incoming freshman an iPad as a benefit of going to that university, they said, hey, if this is really going to work, we need every nook and cranny of this place covered. The basement of the library, right? The last dorm at the end of the campus. Places that we didn't have great coverage, honestly. Nobody did. So we went in and supplemented the public coverage with private coverage, but it really was performing the same as the public. It was just purpose-built coverage providing an enhanced experience, but it created so much value for that university that they were willing to, let us monetize that because they knew it was something we wouldn't have needed to really build otherwise if it weren't to solve this specific problem for them. So I think in most cases, what private 5G, sometimes we call it hybrid 5G, is really coming to mean for our customers is give me a better network that addresses some of the shortcomings we've seen historically, maybe in Wi-Fi, and let it perform. And we've talked about a couple of those examples here, augmenting. The example I often use with customers that sometimes resonates when I talk about Wi-Fi is I think of, I think of coverage at a campus or any location. Like think about a gallon jug. And when you fill that gallon jug up with golf balls, think of those golf balls as Wi-Fi coverage, a sphere of Wi-Fi coverage. And of course, what's the space between the balls? That's where you don't have coverage, right? Yeah. And then what 5G does for you, think of 5G, the 5G coverage is a basketball that just envelops the whole jug, right? Yeah. And that's sort of the analogy that's resonated with a lot of our customers. And we sometimes do see a 10 or 15 to 20 to 1 radio ratio that does provide indeed that better coverage.
I like that analogy. I'm a baseball fan. Maybe next time we can talk about how many baseballs.
Very good. It's probably actually a better analogy because you probably get closer to the 10 or 15 to 1 than golf. But yes, we'll do that next.
Like as we sort of wind things up, I know, so we've spent some time sort of talking about the flat network concept. And I think you did an excellent job of sort of describing, the different connections that have to be made there. But from your perspective, I mean, can you describe, how customers can sort of improve the user experience? I mean, can you point to a specific example? And it may be consumers, but it may be consumers or, customers of your business clients within the T-Mobile for Business company.
We have a lot of great use cases across different industries, but I think one that really demonstrates, the real power of this flat network concept I described, bringing home the idea of working at home and working mobilely and working at a work location. In this case, let's take a hospital. So, we have a customer of ours up in Boston who asked us to build out their hospital with a private 5G system. Right? Again, they were that epitome of a customer who needed ultra reliability. If you're going to run an Epic application there, you're going to push alerts and so forth, you cannot miss messages, you cannot miss calls, et cetera, et cetera. So the business case, the cost benefit proved out all day long to build a private 5G network for that. But the example here that I think it unlocks as we start to lean into SASE and ultimately network slicing, and we think about what it means to now have that coverage in the hospital and at home and mobilely for those nurses that are using it. Imagine the scenario where the nurse is in the hospital working, and when that device the nurse is using is connected to the private system, because we know the radio the nurse is connected to, because we know their location, we know that they're in the persona of they are working, and therefore they're working as a nurse. So therefore, we're going to connect them with a higher priority. We're going to give them minimum speeds. We're going to get them better latency, and we're going to route their traffic out a different path, not to the public internet, but to their private data center in Boston and the other data center up in Wisconsin. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Now, that same nurse leaves, is off work, goes out to dinner, meet his or her spouse. Right. They've now fallen back to being a consumer again, essentially, with that device, right? So now, because we know they're not on the clock, they're not at the location anymore, we treat them like a consumer. They fall back to normal priority on the network. We begin to route their traffic once again to the internet, just like any other consumer. Yeah. And now, let's take the third scenario where that nurse goes home. Well, they're still in their consumer mode, so we continue to treat them like a consumer. But imagine the world where we have built integration with APIs, which we are building, and the APIs hook into that hospital system's, let's say, Workday scheduling system. And we know at midnight, that nurse is actually on call. And because we cannot have that nurse miss anything, at midnight, we elevate the status of that connection to, again, provide a higher quality, a higher priority on the network, and all the characteristics that make sure that connection is treated like it should be. A nurse who's on call, who is being relied upon to be at the beck and call of his or her patients. Yeah. Right. That example I just gave can only come to life when that device is connected to the same network with the same policy being applied to it based on context. And I just gave you an example where that device was connected in the workplace, the hospital, when they were mobile at dinner, and when they were at home, right? Both at home as a consumer and a mom and a dad, or as a nurse on call. To me, that is incredibly powerful and exciting, and really unlocks this vision that I described of this flat network architecture.
Yeah, and it totally drives home the whole notion of intelligence and connectivity at the edge of the network as well. So, Mike, that was stupendous. Well done, my friend. So, with that, I've got a final question for you as we close, and I think this is the $1 million question. What advice would you give executives that are looking to embrace this whole notion of the T-Mobile for Business flat network?
Yeah, look, I will tell you, it probably starts with understanding what are you trying to do with it? What is your, we all look at cost benefit analysis, but what's the benefit and what are we trying to get at? What problem are we trying to solve? I've talked to a number of customers that come in and say, hey, we heard about this private 5G thing. Tell me about it. And we talk about it, but there's not a use case. There's not a problem we're trying to solve, and it doesn't go anywhere. So we got to know our use cases first and foremost. And then the flip side of any cost benefit analysis is, what is your TCO on your current networks? We've run into that too, where, customers say, hey, I really like this, but I don't know if I can justify the network spend to upgrade from Wi-Fi to 5G. And we go round and round because, look, we've done this enough times now that we know the costs involved. And I'll tell you, I've had a number of customers come back to me and say, well, here's my cost for running Wi-Fi. And I look at it and then they've missed, half the cost that they're incurring when I point it out, they're like, oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So we've taken it for granted, I think, sometimes what our costs are. So understanding that TCO is so important as well. Yeah. And then just, doing our homework, because you're right. You asked a great question earlier, which is, what are all these permutations of 5G, private 5G? What does it mean? And is slicing on a macro, a private? Well, the answer to all those questions is yes and yes and yes, right? It can mean anything and anything, and there's no wrong answer here. So do your homework. Understand, what is CBRS versus private spectrum, and why is private going to offer you some benefits maybe that sometimes that CBRS can't? And what's the difference between an air-gap private network or a pure macro network extension, like we did for the hospital, or a hybrid that's somewhat in between? Right. And so it's really just, educating, and certainly at T-Mobile, we do that a lot. We're happy to do that, and would love to support that. And I will tell you, Wi-Fi plays a big role still. It's not going away anytime soon. For our implementations, we keep Wi-Fi, and we'll use it for guest Wi-Fi, guest access, or even a failover sometimes, right? Why not? It's there. It still works. We use it. So my advice would be, just get educated, reach out to companies like us, T-Mobile and others, and learn how you can apply this to, propel your business as well.
Yeah, it's great, Mike. I love how T-Mobile for Business is meeting customers where they're at. To your point, one size doesn't often fit all in workload, application set, campus branch, remote work environment drives a lot of this. So, really, really sage advice. And I always enjoy our conversations, and I hope we continue this into the future. But, again, thanks for your time. And I want to thank our viewers for tuning in as well to this Connected Intelligent Edge session. Check out all of the sessions that are going on, not only within the Connected Intelligent Edge, but we've got cybersecurity, we've got automation, we've got a whole host more. So with that, Mike, thanks again. And
thank you, Will.
To our viewers, have a great time.
Hi, Mitch Ashley here. I'm very excited to be joined by Chris Betts, who's CISO with AWS. We are here at AWS Reinforce, a conference dedicated to security. So you can imagine how much fun we're having here. If you're into security, this is a good place to be. Welcome.
It is indeed. It's great to spend some time with you, Mitch.
I'm very, very excited to be talking with you. You did your keynote today, and I was really interested in several things, but I have a feeling some of your background that's led you up to this role, which, by the way, is a massive job. I can't imagine having as your responsibility Can you kind of give us a little bit of your journey, your path to this role at AWS?
Sure. So my career started in the Air Force. I was very, very fortunate, privileged to be able to learn about leadership, computer security, and frankly, spend time in the Air Force doing that kind of work. From there, I spent several years in the U.S. government, and then I was really lucky. I had a colleague of mine who went to be the first CISO ever at CBS.
Oh, wow.
And he said, "Hey, Chris, will you come join me? Will you come help me build this program?" And it was an incredible opportunity. I got to meet a bunch of smart folks inside of CBS, get to co-build a cybersecurity practice. And the amazing part about that is these were in the days when cybersecurity was new. We didn't have CISOs. And so I got to go along on that journey, and I got to watch somebody else do it. And make mistakes as we go and learn and work. From there, I got the opportunity to work at Microsoft, leading the Microsoft Security Response Center. So Patch Tuesday, global worldwide response to security issues, and eventually security operations for Azure, and engineering for security operations for Azure. So just a really fun blend of things. You got to see the inside of what was at that point a relatively new cloud. I was then really lucky enough to go down to Apple and work with some amazing folks leading security for Apple products, and getting involved in engineering security solutions and parts of the operating system. Learn what it took to ship code and be part of a very different organization. I spent a few years there, and then when CenturyLink bought Level 3, I was given the opportunity to be the chief security officer for the combined organizations. And so had incredible time learning about telecommunications, big global worldwide networks, what is involved in being a chief security officer at that scale of a business that is just foundational for so much what we do. And then Capital One was looking for a new chief information security officer. And I've always wanted to do banking, because security in banking, it's hard. It's a completely different kind of challenge. And so I was invited to join, and so moved to Virginia and spent the past few years just with an amazing set of folks. When I was there, Capital One closed their last data center because they had moved all of their operations, entire network, into AWS. And so it was very natural, having been a customer of AWS, actually in several of these roles, to be, I knew the leaders here. I was very deeply involved in understanding AWS. So it was a natural move when Steve Schmidt said, "Hey, Chris, what do you think about being the CISO for AWS?" It was an easy answer. Yes. And I just been here for 9 going on 10 months, enjoying the incredible breadth of the work, the scale of the work, and just the speed at which things move, which is just absolutely so having a great time.
Fantastic. What a progression. I was kind of surprised in your keynote. One of the things you started with was hardware, talking about the security built into chips and to the enclaves, and the elements that, oftentimes you're not a hardware company, but you are, right? Building your own hardware. Talk about that.
It's one of the things that I enjoy about just the breadth and scope. When you get good at security, when you get good at anything, you start looking at where is the leverage? Where can you do things that add extra capability? Where are you being held back by technology as it exists? And so you can certainly see that in our Graviton journey. We look at performance, cost, security. There's just immense work. And I'm fortunate that I had a background in having to do some of that, or having to do. in getting to do some of that at past companies as well. And so it really is, it's fun to be able to stretch those muscles again. And as I mentioned in the keynote, one of the things that both impressed and surprised me is, as a customer, I picked AWS because I knew what the security story, the security history was here. I felt very, very confident about it. I think sometimes we almost underplay our ability to tell our security story. I think Graviton 4 is a great example of this. I was there in 2023 at reInvent when we launched Graviton 4. We talked about all sorts of capabilities. What we didn't talk about at the time, the piece of the story that was never shared, was all of the security work that went in, all of the enhancements that were there. And I think that's telling in a couple ways. One, if we were a different company, we had different values, if we weren't going to advertise it, we wouldn't have done the work. But security is so important to us that, of course, we put that security stuff in. And in fact, as I dug around and started talking to people, it wasn't that people didn't want to talk about the security pieces. It was simply that, but of course we did it. Everybody assumes this. That's not the news. The news is the incredible capabilities, the cost, the performance, et cetera. And we had to have the conversation. No, actually, these cutting edge security solutions baked in, not everybody's doing this. Not everybody's doing this. Not everybody's doing this. And this has real value. And this is something that our customers should know, because they're putting a ton of trust in us. And it's important that they understand why we are trustworthy. We need to continue to earn that trust. So we need to make sure we're telling those stories as well.
You gave a really good example to make it real of why this is important. We work in the cloud. We don't think about hardware as customers, right? But you gave the example of being able to make sure that you protect a customer's AI data, for example, from other things that are happening on the chips, so that it's not commingled or entered accessible by the logic on the chips that are important to you for running the hardware. But you can guarantee that separation, protect that confidentiality and that trust that customers have.
And trust is so important. Look, we know that each solution out there, every cloud is built differently, and making sure that we're able to consistently show and earn that trust, because people are putting their livelihoods, their most sensitive data, and I take that very seriously. We take that very seriously, and showing how we, and words are important. Actions are even more important. So the way we act, our security record here shows and continues to demonstrate how important we see this as.
Then you surprise me and you start talking about Rust. Programming language is strong typing and memory safe and verifiable. We're going through this transition. Maybe we're in the middle of it, I'm not sure, but CISOs have had to grow up in kind of a network security role, but now they're being asked to participate in the software world. Mm-hmm. And some know software. They've had a chance to do that. Many I don't know a microservice from a macro service that might work, whatever it might be. You start talking about Rust and why it was important to have so much Amazon software move to Rust. Was that a strategy that already started before you came and you helped propel it, or did you help institute that?
It was a strategy that already existed here. I guess two quick thoughts. So my background, and rightfully identified, I've been a software person. In fact, I've participated in many DEF CON capture the flag competitions and that kind of stuff. I wasn't kidding about the pen tester and me loving a good memory.
You always smile when
I love doing that kind of work. That's fun. That's when I get a few extra hours after the kids and after the family. I get to go play. Yeah, no. So those are good days. But the theme for the talk and what I really wanted to help share with the audience was, I came here thinking, I've been a customer for years. I talk to these security folks. I understand what they're doing. And then I find these hidden gems all over the place. So I couldn't bring all of it, but I pulled a few up. The security features we built into Graviton 4 that, unbeknownst to everybody in the world, we took a look at a next generation shard store and we said, Rust is the right choice because we can do all this provable security. We can be memory safe, we can be type safe, and we can be highly performant. And so teams are rewriting things that already exist using these languages, improving security. Would I, have a customer, ever know that? I, as a CISO for, at Capital One, never been a conversation that I knew, and nor is that visible externally. But I've got just these anecdotes, and what you saw was just a small portion of them, of where I had not truly appreciated how deep the passion goes for security, how deep the level of care goes for security, and how we make that clearly visible.
It's exciting. It's exciting to know that you're building in an environment where the trust is kind of built in. You're building our frameworks, policies that were written around AI, for example. Talk about AI, and if you had to put your customer hat back on, there's a lot of unknowns about AI. Mm-hmm. How is it different? Yes, the model is the code. Data changes over time. It kind of has a different flow than normal software. Looks and feels. I wonder too, from a security perspective, we have to do things that are different, protected. Do we have to respond differently when there are threats against it, or we have an incident? How do you think about that?
It's a great question. I tend to think of it in 3 layers. So there's the work we do to train or fine tune a model. It's when we bring our most sensitive data to make the model operate the way we need to. And, the fundamentals of how we protect that. I mean, heck, I said it, the AWS-ness, your data is your data, period, end of story. This is your environment. These are your weights. This is your protection, making sure that we've got the right protections around that. And that, as you would expect as an AWS customer, all of those things that you expect of every AWS service are just as true for the generative AI is incredibly important. So you get that layer 1 that's training. Make sure we bake those pieces in. Layer 2, that second layer is now you've done the training, you've done the fine tuning, you've got the model that you want. And you're now doing inference against it. And so how do you make sure that you've got the right protections around the model, that the prompts that go in are appropriate, the responses that come back only contain the information that you want, and that all the additional data you bring in other than the prompt, the RAG, and all the rest of those pieces are managed and secure as well. And so you get both the inferencing environment that we create, as well as things like Bedrock's guardrails, where we take the lessons that we've learned as we're building AI solutions, and we codify and try to make that as easy and accessible as possible, so that both the prompts in and the responses out can get filtered, can get reviewed, and have the right tools in place. And then there's layer 3, is in my mental model of generative AI, nobody uses a model on its own. A model exists for a business because they're trying to accomplish something. And so you need that application that uses the model, that brings all the other data about the customer or whatever else you're trying to do with the model. And this is AWS at its best today. This is all the work that we do with all the services to make sure things are secure. And it's something you can't you can't miss. You have to make sure that you're paying attention to. And so when I think about generative AI, there's some parts that are different, but there's some parts that are very, very similar. And I think working at each one of these layers, training, inference, and the application around it, we build security in all 3 places. You can see a little bit about where and how we've done that to give people the tools to do that, make it as easy as possible. We'll continue to end up with some brilliant Gen AI solutions that are also very secure.
It's exciting, especially as AWS has rolled out AI capabilities and so many services. You in effect have to be a consumer of your own AI service as part of the service you're delivering.
And what we're working really hard to do is codify as many of those lessons as possible, either in blogs and documentation so we can help other people go on the same journey, even better, wherever we can, in tools that make it so that it is seamless, transparent, just a natural motion so that builders everywhere get the benefits of all that security expertise without needing to reinvent it as they go.
Very nice. I assume you have an opportunity to talk to a lot of other people who are CISOs, not just within.
That's what I love about the CISO community. Right. Yeah, it's incredibly tight. We get to talk to each other all the time. And yeah, in this role, I get to talk to even more people. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No. I don't think most people realize that. We're able to share threat information, talk about security. An interesting way of describing it we're all part of a community. Many of our customers, your customers, are also customers of the competition, right? So if they're compromised for some reason, your customer now is suffering because of that, even if it's not your service and could impact you and your relationship with them. So we don't want bad things to happen to our competitors from a security standpoint.
That's one of the things that I appreciate the most about the security community is regardless of which CISO role I've been, whether it's been telco, finance, or now technology. Honestly, some of the people I talk to most often are companies that are our peers. And because we have a job to do. The bad guys are on the outside and we have to keep them away from our customers. That is incredibly important. And as we talked about earlier, I really do think that the work that the U.S. government did with the CISA Act of 2015 really helps those conversations, that ability to share threat intelligence on a constant basis and really go, help protect all of our customers, no matter where they are.
Gives you some antitrust protection to be able to have those conversations.
Exactly. Yep.
So before we finish up, I wish we had about 4 more hours, but I don't know if you do, but what are the conversations you think we need to be having over the next 6 to 12 months? As you kind of look forward, obviously things are happening very quickly. Things happen very quickly at AWS rolling out services, but Gen AI and there'll be something else that'll up on the horizon. What do you kind of foresee are the right conversations to be starting now?
I think generative AI remains and will remain for the next 6 months, 12 months, a constantly evolving conversation as we get better at it. And we are all continuing to explore and provide each other the right tools. That constant, as Steve Schmidt talked about today, that constant testing, that constant evolution, that virtuous cycle is incredibly important. I also think that we're not done with the zero trust conversation yet. I think the zero trust conversation, almost every company I've worked with who's gotten closer to where they want to be with zero trust, it takes a combination of a variety of technologies and some really careful refinement to do it. But when those companies get there, and the data shows how substantially more secure that they are. And so I think that's, again, a really good and ongoing conversation. How do we make that easier, faster, more seamless for companies to pick up and really get closer to that zero trust goal?
Wonderful. Well, we need to talk about security culture, a culture of security. We need to talk about advanced zero trust. There's so many things we need to get back together for. So I hope we get a chance to do that.
I hope so as well.
Right. Chris Betts, CISO with AWS.
Thank you, Ben.
Welcome. And thank you for the great keynote today. And thank you for being part of our conversation.
The 6.5 Summit is back. It's 2024, and we are talking about AI. We're talking about AI and the impact of the enterprise, the continued build out of AI infrastructure, which is, as you know, in the data center, but also on the edge. Daniel, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, Pat, it is good to move on from some of the data center conversations. Of course, today we have our cloud infrastructure track, but we also are here on our edge track. And Pat, we've heard this many, many times about the size of the opportunity. And of course, data centers are exploding. The AI factories and data centers are being built because we know the future workloads and how important this is going to be. But if you think about things, whether it's vehicles, factories, whether it's retail stores and operations, there is so much data being created at the edge that it would be a big miss if we didn't spend some time talking about that.
Absolutely. And Dan, I love to look back in history. And literally over the last 40 years, every major shift has been a movement. It's kind of like an accordion, right? We go out, expands, contracts, right? So we saw mainframes, mini computers, x86 servers, PCs, smartphone, tablets, and then the industrial IoT. I mean, it just goes back and forth. And I feel like we are in the mode of this moving out. And historically, compute, storage, and memory typically wind up being where the data is created, and that's the edge. So I'm super excited to have this conversation about storage on the edge. Dave and Greg, welcome to the show.
Right. Yeah. Welcome, guys.
Yeah, it's great. Hey, can you just tell us real quickly what Solidigm does for those who might not be aware?
Sure. Yeah. So my name's Dave Dixon. This is Greg Mattson. I'm a co-CEO of Solidigm. And Solidigm was created back about 4 years ago. We were an acquisition by SK Hynix from the old Intel NAND Products Group. So now that we're really a company, an entity, et cetera, we have a unique focus compared to everybody else in the NAND business. We're really entirely focused on the data center business, but that of course includes the storage servers there at the edge as well.
I love it. Yeah. Greg, how about yourself?
Well, I run strategy and marketing for the company, so anything to do with products. And from definition to go-to-market to doing stuff like this.
Let's talk about the growing opportunity at the edge. Of course, we've enjoyed having a couple sit-downs with you. Yeah. People that are watching our infrastructure track may see these gentlemen again in another conversation. Maybe. But you are really a perfect example of that data center to edge. You heard us kind of teeing it up. How big is this opportunity as you see it? And talk a little bit about it specifically through the lens of storage.
Well, yeah, as we did talk about previously, we looked at the scalability, right, of the infrastructure in the data center and how the high performance, high density QLC SSDs are really going to be a game changer for data center storage. Now, like you mentioned, edge growth is probably going to be at least 2x faster, what we see in our projections, faster than what's happening in the data centers. So that opportunity is going to be even bigger there for edge servers, et cetera. And they're really going to have the same growth drivers. If you look at what's happening on the edge, I think we're familiar with those magazine articles from not too long ago, right? Data is the new oil.
Yeah.
And all that data, it's all being created, obviously, out there on the edge. And one thing we've been talking about internally, because we're very familiar, very close to data, it has a lot of what we call gravity associated with it. It's very costly and expensive to kind of move. It just want to stay there. If you really want to try and shift all that data back to a data center, back up to the cloud to complete all the analytics and AI training, et cetera, it's too darn slow, too darn expensive to do it. So we're going to see more and more trends of analytics, computation, even light training happening more at the edge and we're seeing that now. We're going to continue to see that. It's going to be a mega trend over the rest of the decade.
Yeah, so Greg, is this classic like smart? We always like to put smart manufacturing, smart logistics, anything done with cameras. Is this the flavor of what we're talking about on the edge? Retailing.
There's also detection, right, for fraud or quality detection, network, maybe power grid, failure detection, and just anything like that. But it is, as Dave said. It's so expensive to move the data that it'll have to be that some level of compute gets moved back to make the data useful at the edge. Because if you just store it there and do nothing, it's worthless.
So it might be obvious to some that there's a difference between storage related to the data center and the edge, but I think it's worthy of a conversation. I mean, how is it different? Is it different from reliability, performance, capacity, form factors? How is it different and why is it different?
Well, I think we'll see some of the same trends that we talked about in the data center itself in terms of power and performance. But you mentioned reliability. I think that's an interesting one. It's much harder to have service stuff out in the field, and of course, then inside the data center. And so you're going to see longer expected lifetimes and just the reliability requirements of comparisons between SSDs and HDDs. Historically, the trends have been about 10x better annual field rates between SSDs and HDDs because of the mechanical aspects of HDDs, of course. When you talk about that being, more and more deployments out in the field and having to service those higher failure rates out there, that's going to be a much bigger deal.
Yeah, so, at data center, right, what are some of the constants, right? Raised tile flooring, right? Yeah. Every one of them. And now we're even seeing very dialed in cooling types of systems. I mean, it's literally a science as you go down each one of these floors, but also each one of these aisles. And on the edge, I mean, it could be a server bolted to a brick wall that has, the air conditioning sometimes doesn't work and it goes out. Could be in the elevator shaft of a company, on the shop floor of a major auto manufacturer. So the variability certainly has to be that challenge too.
Absolutely, and that's where the ruggedness of a solid-state drive comes in versus a hard drive.
Right.
And as Dave said, even the reliability, 5 to 10x or more in some cases, reliability differences translate into just ease of deployment of SSDs versus HDDs at the edge.
And when that hard drive goes down, business essentially stops, right?
Can stop, you lose your data. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's not that critical data. Maybe you're a big groceries chain and you had your one store lost all its records for the day and you're not uploading the revenue back into
kind of sounds like a big deal to me.
That's kind of a big deal. Yeah, but it ranges.
Yeah.
Right? So
you guys, could call out maybe some of the opportunities too. Reading on this, you've made some commentary about ADAS on research. Talk a little bit about kind of, even more how specifically SSDs can up-level, because really what you tend to be talking about the edge, you tend to be talking about a lot about service providers.
Yeah. We talked about the reliability and some of the ruggedness. Now where I think we're getting into some of these real-time applications of what's happening at the edge, we're really going to look much higher at the much higher performance requirements. Right now we're going to be doing real-time decision-making right on the edge, and that really requires much better latencies. You're not going to be sending the data back up to the cloud to make a decision about what to do in a factory, for example, or in the middle of an operation. Those decisions need to be made real time between the computation and the storage, and between the random read performance differences, then the quality of service, the latencies. It's really it's no comparison between the what's happening with the legacy 90% HDD in storage right now to where SSDs are going to really be the much bigger impact.
Yeah, and my company's done research on AI in the edge probably about 5 years.
Yep.
And it was machine learning, not really deep learning because it have a hard time, it's kind of a black box. But when I compare that to generative AI, it's smaller data. Okay, even a small model. A measly billion parameter model that I have to infer against is still much bigger than this random object recognition AI framework that I pulled down off Hugging Face. And then what we're seeing too is the commingling of data on the edge brings storage to the forefront. So it seems like a big opportunity.
Yeah. Well, and that's where the capacity density that you can get with high capacity solid state drives is as much as 4 to 5x more than the highest capacity hard drives available today.
Right.
Enabled by both the form factors, but also just the sheer capacity of each drive. Right today we're shipping 60 terabyte drives, and the nearest competitor hard drive is 24 terabytes, moving to 30, later this year. And by that time, we'll be well ahead of the 60 terabyte capacity point.
Yes. So, you're teeing me up very nicely, Greg, and I appreciate you doing that. But portfolio, let's talk about that a little bit, because I think we've talked at a macro level about what the challenges and opportunities are, where storage fits in. But what about Solidigm? So what are you building, Greg? Talk a little bit about the products and how they're addressing these challenges that we've outlined.
Well, for several years now, we've been looking at the opportunity to how do we capture more of that cold data that's sitting in hard drives and putting it transforming it into warm data. And what's required? What's required is a broad selection of form factors depending on the type of server used. So at the edge, you might have a different form factor than used in the core data center. Also flash technology. So we're on our 4th generation of quad level cell flash technology, very well proven, highly reliable, and we're translating that into the highest capacity SSDs on the planet.
It's right there, by the way.
Oh yeah, here's
Show and tell, everybody.
here's one of our 61
love that
terabyte
here.
drives today. So
That is,
those things I got to tell you are hot commodities these days with all the AI build-outs, both in core data center but also at the edge.
I have to ask, I mean, some people might be watching and they're like, okay, what's the catch here? What am I missing, right? Why, now that I've got, QLC and the ability to have a ton of error correction, performance is good, reliability, right? Like, what's the catch here? Like, what objections would you possibly get from this, or are you getting from this, and how are you overcoming them?
Oh, that's a good question. First is everyone knows that from a CapEx perspective, on a per gigabyte basis or per terabyte basis, flash drives are more expensive than a hard drive off the shelf. But what we're seeing with building out this new technology type of data centers is that CapEx is quickly overshadowed by the other costs, whether it's power constraints, whether it's space constraints, and in many cases, it's the constraint of leaving a GPU unutilized. And all the big data centers today, from a core data centers perspective, have already moving to high capacity flash. And we're seeing that trend at the edge as well, where the space is even more at a premium.
The transition has been magnificent, and when you have companies that have to outlay billions of dollars in CapEx, if they can possibly shorten that even by a couple months, that's a tremendous amount of capital and working capital that could be used. So
Yeah, look at the calculus.
Yeah.
And those that are doing the very, very simple math, to Greg's point, are going to often land at HD. But if you're doing the full calculus workup, I think you're going to very quickly see that rotate.
yeah, and I know it's a little bit different on
Companies-
the edge, but it's like that's where the reliability comes in and the speed. If you're trying to run the models out there on a hard drive, that just seems like
I think if
something
you have
that's
like
gonna
a
be really, really hard.
a 2-foot tall rack, that's all you can get in there. On the edge. I mean, there's lots of.
Yeah,
Anyways, we could have that debate, but the TCO debate I think will be very interesting. And I think when you do like that long-term capex and return on capital, you do that math. I think you're going to increasingly see what you've built becoming more and more of a winner in that formula. But again, it takes time. It does.
Yeah. It takes time, but it's a little bit miraculous how quickly all of a sudden the sheer compute intensity of AI, the cost of all the other components in AI, all of a sudden switching to solid state it's almost a no-brainer.
Yeah, and by the way, on the power front, my final volley here is if I move from hard drive to your SSDs, I could have more power available to a GPU.
That's right.
Right?
Exactly.
And that's a conversation I like to call that power sloshing. I don't know if everybody likes it, but essentially I'm moving this power budget over to here. And by putting SSDs on the edge, you're giving them that opportunity.
That's right. And maximizing your investments in GPUs.
And that, my friend, was the whole calculus.
Yeah.
Greg, Dave, I want to thank you so much for joining us here at this year's 6.5 Summit.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, thanks,
you.
guys. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody, stay with us. We are here in the Intelligent Edge at the Summit 2024. It's the 6.5 Summit. I don't know why it looked like I might have forgotten that. I didn't. Stay with us for all of our sessions. Another great year, another great event. We appreciate you. We'll see you back soon.
Welcome to Trusted AI, de-risk adoption of AI with trustworthy AI. My name is Pamela Gupta, and I'm CEO of Trusted AI. And I'm going to talk you through about what is trustworthy AI and why it is so critical for businesses to adopt it by looking at contextually what are the risks that they can come across and what is trustworthiness when it comes to AI. Also, why is this such a difficult problem to solve? Let's take a look at what Gartner's position is on trustworthiness. By 2026, organizations that incorporate AI transparency, trust, and security will see a 50% increase in their AI model adoption. And not only that, the impact on business is alignment with business objectives of AI systems delivering on what it is that we are trying to achieve in terms of business outcomes. A very big part of that is user acceptance. And when we look at what is the meaning of trust and the impact on users, we quickly realize that this is a multifaceted and an extremely large, complex problem to solve for. The only way, in my view, that we can achieve trustworthiness and achieve AI superiority and AI adoption and deliver on that AI promise is if we take a holistic approach to not only what those risks are, but how they are interrelated. In other words, a holistic approach to trustworthiness based on what the business objectives are, what the impact is, and what are the interrelationships between them. I also feel very strongly that we cannot realize the full potential of AI without building trust in AI. We cannot achieve the intended outcome without building trust in AI. So you may have a question. We have been doing AI also for some time now, but we have been using a risk-based and a governance approach in companies and in organizations. So what is new? Can we not just take in our existing risk programs and extend them to AI? One common misconception is that AI is another software or another tool. The fact of the matter is these are very complex and high impact systems. So to generalize across when it comes to the risk management is not as simple as just extending external and internal existing risk management mechanisms. So let's take a look at what we stand to gain. According to PwC, their estimate is in the next 2 years, by 2030, next couple of years, we are looking at the AI promise economically to globally to be around $15.7 trillion. If we look at the reference for what is trillion dollars, right? $15.7 trillion is roughly the second and third largest GDPs in the world combined for when it comes to countries. It is a large, significant, and very impactful promise, as well as what will be a motivator for countries to lead with whoever comes and solves for the AI promise, right, does stand to significantly gain as global leaders. So in other words, what does that mean? Countries are looking to capitalize on using AI to become not only the AI leaders, but also to provide significant economic gains for businesses in their countries. in their own country. But the problem is these are not, as I had mentioned earlier, these are not simple systems. They are high impact. The risk around them is not understood to a degree that we can solve for it in a trivial fashion. Without taking a holistic approach, this is not something we can solve for. So I have some quotes here from world, either global thought leaders or business leaders. And I won't go through all of them, but I will pick one and talk a little bit about what that means in terms of an impact for a business. So taking a look at the first one, which is the rapid expansion of AI technology, along with existing integration into various business and social operations, often surpasses the current risk management capabilities of organizations. This is due to several factors, including the lack of widely accepted standards for AI risk assessment, a shortage of experts knowledgeable in both AI and risk management, and the underestimation of the complexity and potential impact of the risks associated with implementing AI systems. So, in other words, not only do we not know exactly how these systems work, there is you all heard of the opacity of these systems. Not only do we not exactly always know how they're working, but they are also very dynamic. These are not static systems. They are growing because they are feed on data, they learn with data. And as the data changes, the AI systems themselves change, and their impact and their understanding of how they're working, of course, is going to be very dynamic, and it's going to change rapidly. So how do you put your hand on that pulse of change, and what is involved in managing that risk? After all, uncertainty is the opposite of risk management, right? I will not go through all the other quotes, but the underlying message is the same, that there is complexity when it comes to risk management of AI systems. There is not enough skills to handle that, people who understand, experts who understand how to manage those risks. And consequently, the impact is there's not enough resources to solve for this problem, but also businesses are not recognizing that this is indeed a unique issue that needs special handling. What we are seeing, though, is regulations that are being crafted or have already been put in place, such as the EU AI Act that will be come into application in the next 2 years. The text has been finalized. The White House AI blueprint, which lays out a very clear message intent, not how to do it, but the intent is quite clear in terms of the objective, in terms of what is expected of AI systems. And there is a common thread between both these regulations and the executive order, which is not quite a regulation, but the impact is, and what the expectations are, that AI regulatory landscape continues to mature. That's one thing. So it's not exactly set in stone. That's one thing. The other is the expectation, which is the expectation is that in AI risk to be reasonably ensure equality and transparency and to provide trust in automated systems. In other words, the expectation is that these systems are going to be trustworthy. The challenge then comes, what is trustworthy? What if there are no standards, if there is no set regulation, or if the regulations are high level, as they should be, then what does it exactly mean for a business when it comes to taking action to solve for this issue? If we just look at the EU AI Act expectations, and which is a risk-based regulation, in other words, depending on the impact of the AI system, if it's a high-risk system, then these are the requirements for the high-risk AI systems. Now, one thing I'd like to point out here is it calls out, the EU AI Act is talking about risk in terms of unacceptable risk, high risk, limited risk, and minimal risk. And the risk is based in terms of the impact. When the system is built, the impact, what is the impact? But can that impact be different as the system continues to build? As I've mentioned earlier, these are dynamic systems and they are actually not set in stone or very static. So even a reliance on regulation for figuring out what is the impact of the system that you're building can be a challenge. If one does rely on the regulations, which again is not going to be simple, but let's just take a look at for what is a high risk impact system expectation for based on the EU AI Act. The first one is to establish risk management systems throughout the AI system's lifecycle, conducting data governance, ensuring training, validation, and testing data sets are relevant, representative of the scenarios that they're going to be implemented in to the best extent possible, and free of errors and complete according to the intended purpose. Number 3, drafting technical documentation to demonstrate compliance. Designing systems to allow automatic record keeping. So you can already see the requirements are going to be slightly different. And to meet that is going to be very different posturing by the business because these are not mechanisms that exist in current state. But also, if a system is changing and you are supposed to show how they're changing, transparency and provision of instruction to deploys to ensure compliance, to show automatic record keeping, in other words, auditing in a continuous fashion, that becomes a very, very big challenge for most companies and for most implementations. Last but not the least, transparency and provision of instructions to deploys to ensure compliance, designing system to allow human oversight, and achieving required levels of accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity. I come from a background of 20 years of creating cybersecurity strategy and risk management, and I can tell you, cybersecurity for AI systems is not something that is well understood in our current state. It is extremely different from existing mechanisms of even doing security of static systems, which has not been perfected. You know, every day we're hearing about incidents, including ransomware attacks. So when it comes to how are we going to protect these massively impactful systems, which have a different threat model, and not only, and to complicate things even more, there is predictive AI and there's generative AI, and the threat models for both of those systems varies significantly. So I hope, if anything, one thing comes clear from this particular point on this slide is cybersecurity is one aspect of making sure that these systems they have data governance, they have cybersecurity, they have risk management throughout, but it's not something that can be achieved with our existing way of managing risk, and B, our current approach to handling risk throughout the life cycle of a system. And this I already mentioned actually, but I'll highlight it again, that many properties of trustworthiness are relevant regardless of whether a system is high risk. For example, properties related to safety and quality and sustainability tend to matter regardless of application area, which means that it is critical to consider trustworthiness even for AI applications that do not qualify as high risk. And frameworks for trustworthy AI that primarily focus on high-risk applications may not be sufficient. What I had alluded to was when you are starting to build out something, it may not be a high risk or it may change. So even at the time of development and post deployment, it may actually have a difference in the type of impact. Now, let's take a look really briefly at NIST AI Risk Management Framework. NIST created the first of its kind AI risk management framework, and it focuses on trustworthiness in terms of managing risks and designed to address risk throughout design, development, use, and evaluation of AI products, services, and systems. But the focus that is on trustworthiness is really important to understand as to how they're defining trustworthiness and where the risk management is applicable in the design, development, or deployment. So regardless of whether you are creating an AI system or you're deploying one, there are going to be risk management concerns around and issues that you have to address when it comes to trustworthiness throughout that life cycle and throughout, regardless of whether you're deploying or adopting. And if we take a look at what AI trustworthiness factors are, if you take a look at valid and reliable at the base, that kind of sets the foundation for all other factors, and also accountable and transparency also is going across these attributes. We look at what the other attributes are. In addition to being valid and reliable and accountable and transparent, they are safe. These systems should be secure and resilient, explainable and interpretable, privacy enhanced, and free from bias. So again, this is now defining what is trustworthiness. The challenge is each one of these is going to be very contextual based on what the system is doing, how it's created, where it's implemented, who it's meant for. And there are no standards to achieve any of these when it comes to AI. We are seeing implementations of and creation of AI systems. What we are also seeing is, without regard to the trustworthiness factors, why it becomes problematic. In this one, the first example that I have here is BlackRock, which has created a model for market risk and liquidity. They shelved their AI system because the executives were not satisfied with the explanation on not only what the system was doing. It was creating predictions, and it was providing output on why a certain decision or what a certain decision was when it came to market liquidity, but not able to provide insight into how it came to that conclusion. And the executives for BlackRock decided that it would not be that would not be sufficient. just because it is making better predictions and better decisions is not good enough unless we can explain what was the premise and what was the reason for that. Now, a lot of these systems cost upwards of millions of dollars to create. So, and there is a business intent behind creating these models and systems. If the one does not have those factors of trustworthiness when it has been built, and you have to undo everything, that is a significant cost, in not only in terms of resources, but also in eroded business objectives and value. So I won't go through all of these examples, but the point I want to make here is, regardless of the industry vertical, these trustworthiness factors are pretty horizontal in terms of meeting business objectives, meeting trust objectives when it comes to adoption of AI by the users, or in this case, even by the management and the executive team in this case. One quick example also I want to mention is a mortgage approval algorithms, how they are exhibiting bias towards and against, depending on where you're looking at it, against certain factions or based on ethnicity or race, for example, or color. This is not only is it discretionary, it's not discretionary anymore. The regulations that have been put in place and are coming down, there are about 500 bills in the Congress right now, in the US alone, and all of them are moving towards making sure that these systems do no harm. They are not biased, they are explainable, there is transparency, they are secure, there is privacy. So these factors of trustworthiness are extremely critical for business to consider. I'm going to give you one more example, we'll go through one more slide before I conclude this. And so 5 years ago, NIST just came out with their AI RMF. I had mentioned that was the first of its kind last year. I have been looking at this problem for the last 5 years and had defined a framework and 8 essential pillars of trustworthy AI, which is years before NIST had been tasked and came out with that. These are the 8 pillars, and what I'm showing on the screen is for the 8 essential pillars of trustworthy AI as defined by, which I had referenced in earlier, by Trusted AI, which is the company I'm CEO of. I'm showing that what they are and how we are currently seeing expectations or companies getting fined for not complying with or being aligned with that trust when it comes to trust factor. So the 8 pillars are security, privacy, transparency, explainability, ethics or bias, audit, regulations, and accountability. By the way, NIST had defined 7, I had defined 8 because I included regulations as a part of what is that holistic view we need to take when it comes to trustworthiness. And the examples I'm giving here are fallouts that are happening in our implementations of AI by these different trust pillars, and how even with existing regulations, let alone ones that are shaping up and coming into existence, such as the EU AI Act, how these under even existing regulations, companies are getting fined for not complying or delivering systems that have these trust characteristics. Let me just pick one. Uber is currently is accruing fines for not being able to show transparency into why they had fired 3 drivers One of them, they were able to show how their automation and their algorithmic decisions were made. But for two of them, they were not able to show what these firings were based on algorithmic decisions, but they were not able to show, and I have not until this date. So they are still showing accruing fines. It's now more than $500 million or €500 million that the fines are accruing. There is an example that I have here of a German bank that was not able to show explainability as to why they gave a certain credit a score and a credit rating for their users, which caused massive fallout for the users. They had to pay a fine for that. There is a fine for TikTok for not being able to show transparency. So that is under base as an audit example. They did not have auditing mechanisms in place to show the demographics on their platforms, and they were given a fine of £12.7 million by the ICO. So these are examples of, I won't go into each one of them, but I will share these slides with you later if you are so inclined. The one biggest takeaway for and from this is trustworthiness, risk management, AI governance, however you want to look at it, is going to be different from existing mechanisms in place. And it is extremely important for companies to bake and integrate these factors depending on their use cases before they even design the system, let alone when they implement or post-implementation, because it has a very high impact on society, on the business, and of course, in terms of meeting the objective that these systems are being created for. So with that, I'm going to just reiterate what those 8 pillars of trustworthiness are and why it is extremely important that we create and take a holistic approach when it comes to creating and implementing and adopting AI for our best use. Thank you.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Maxime Lamonth-Prasad, CEO for Lima Charlie, and we're talking about technical debt. We all have it, but maybe it's just spiraling out of control and contributing to our security woes. Hey Maxime, welcome to the show.
Hi, very happy to be here.
We'll never escape technical debt entirely. It seems like that's not a goal that we can possibly get to, but who knows? But it feels like it is out of control. What's driving that? What's going on? Do we just have too much of what might otherwise be described as a good thing?
Yeah, I think that's actually that's sort of the perfect way of thinking about it, right? Like technical debt at the end of the day, I see it as the other part of getting good things. And the more good things we have, meaning, solutions to various things, right? More systems we have, the more there's the other side of the metal that comes with it, right? For me, the kind of mental mapping is sort of, if you own many different properties, maybe, right, many different houses, well, maybe you can host more people, and maybe you can, like rent some of them, maybe you can have events. But it also means that the other side of that metal is you need to do the upkeep, and you need to pay the taxes, and you need to do all of the things. So I think there's just a natural side of the metal to anything that we do that touches IT in general.
I think, as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And what kind of happens is people decide that, well, I can't fix that vulnerability, or I can't get at that particular issue right now. So, well, we're going to leverage Agile and all our DevOps stuff, and I'll get to that next time, I swear. And then it slides off the list because other things get added to the list. And then before you know it, you've got some sort of known vulnerability that hasn't been addressed in a year. And then you wake up one morning and the bad guys have discovered it and all hell breaks loose. How do we kind of wrap our arms around this in a way that maybe would bring a little more, shall we say, adult supervision to this process?
So I think the core thing to keep in mind is that cybersecurity is sort of dealing with a lot of this debt, of this tech debt, and we need to find a different way of dealing with the source of this debt. Meaning, we have a ton of different things that we need to secure. And as you say, something comes up and we need to go and start securing it. And, maybe we put some control in place. Maybe we buy some new product or some open source thing. And the kind of core difficulty that cybersecurity has is that we seem to only be accumulating those. It seems like what we're doing is we're really just producing very narrow solutions to these problems without ever kind of going back at a really high level and saying, okay, now that we have, these 100 different kind of patches, right, on whether it's detection engineering or vulnerability around like products or like whatever kind of type of tech debt, to go back and say, okay, now that we've done this, and we've done this for, 5 years, 10 years sometimes, is there a way that we can rethink about how we're covering those in a different way, in a way that 5 years ago we couldn't see, right? We kind of saw 100 different individual problems, but now we're 10 years later, and we have ways to address all of these using different solutions. So in my mind, the tech debt problem in security isn't necessarily a question of finding the way or the time to go and pay all of that debt individually, but rather it's, I guess it's like restructuring that debt, right? And saying like, hey, it turns out that these 100 different problems that we thought we had, really nowadays, you know what? It's super boring now because we figured it out. Like MFA is the solution to this. And we can, get rid of a bunch of those without just continuously kind of trying to individually pay that debt and introduce more single solutions that we know we're going to have to pay individually in the next 10 years too.
So in theory, there are strategic moves you can make that would wipe out a large amount of the technical debt versus trying to go in and fix every vulnerability that is known to mankind. Is that where we're pointing at?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Yeah.
When we think about all of this technical debt, I think the issue that comes to mind that drives everybody crazy is there'll be a breach. And in part of the forensics and the investigation thereof, it will be determined that, by golly, there was a patch for that particular thing that was available a year ago and nobody got around to implementing it, and therefore that's why we got whacked. So how do we kind of keep track of what is available to be patched? Because I think there's just a huge volume of this stuff. And then B, it seems like part of the challenge is we're also afraid to patch because we think things will get broken if I play with things. So we're kind of like damned if we do and damned if we don't. So how do we manage this?
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect example of this kind of restructuration, right? So here's to pick on that specific example of, let's say, hey, we know that we have to patch these things, but we're very afraid that if we do something wrong, it's going to happen. That's a perfectly legitimate fear. And there's one way to go at it, and it's to say, you know what? Well, we're, right, for compliance, right? We just have to go and do it, and we're going to go and individually spend the time paying that debt and all these individual, services that we need to patch and all that. But there's another way to look at it, and it's to say, hey, there's a bunch of DevOps types of learnings that we've done in the past 10 years. One of them is around containerization. Look, it's not a magic wand that solves all the problems, but there's a lot of worries around patching that has been really lessened in importance over the last, let's say, like 5 years, from people that are building their solutions around containers, around upstream, well-maintained containers from well-known distributions, and in such a way that if you go and decide, we're going to, instead of just patching, we're going to port those things and start using those processes for all of the services or the software that we deploy, then you end up really saving a lot of time on your side, because now you're never in a question of like, I need to patch this server running this thing, but instead it becomes every week we rebuild onto those well-maintained, long-term LTS solutions, from upstream containers that are well-maintained. And that problem goes away because we don't have a server running the thing. We're just continuously rebuilding those and continuously updating those into containers. And so it just, those problems they don't fully go away, but a lot of it does go away.
Right. But there's a lot of junk in those containers that's still vulnerable.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to remember to update what was in that container versus just respawning it, right?
No, that's correct. That's correct. And I think that's where a lot of the modern SaaS solutions or cloud providers are actually doing a really good job about this as well, right? Of being able to scan within those containers and being able to report the status of all of those. I know we use like Vanta as a solution. And I know there's several others that are extremely valuable in terms of helping to prioritize and know when things need to be rebuilt and redeployed and all that.
What's your sense of the folks who are driving security these days? Can we make it more comfortable for them to automatically upgrade or apply a patch to something without worrying about breaking something? I think sometimes there's low-level stuff that, if it does break, the odds are low, and B, the fix is easy, and C, the risk of the security breach is much higher than the cost of the downtime. So why not?
That's right. That's right. I think there's also combinations of strategic technologies that, again, make your life a lot easier, right? What I mean by this is, if you are looking at, so first, I guess, good processes, right? Of having everything being like tested. Obviously, everybody that builds software has very thorough testing behind it. It's tongue in cheek, clearly.
I was crossing my fingers and toes there, but I'm with you.
But those are things that really, they save your ass in terms of time when it comes to doing these things like continuous rebuilding, right? Where you don't have to spend engineering time going and testing that. And the other thing is modern languages. So I think if you're building software, particularly, I guess I'm kind of coming from that perspective here. But if you're building software, there's decisions that will have a very big impact, right? Like, hey, if you're building things on a JavaScript stack, good luck. Wish you all the best. But you're going to have a rough time ahead of you. On the flip side, I think there's several other languages like that. We use Golang quite a bit. And, internally, we're at the point where we are happy with, almost blindly updating dependencies because of the reliability of the language, the compiler, the testing. And so this whole rebuilding becomes almost just a thing that happens behind the scene. So I think, a lot of those strategic decisions really have a really, really big impact.
In theory, I could reduce my technical debt by just wiping out 1, 2, 3, 4 platforms, maybe. We have a lot of platforms. People seem to be reluctant to give them up. They're almost the equivalent of platform huggers. How do we make this call about, am I too attached to a particular platform and I don't want to retire the app on it, and therefore I'm going to become a proverbial, for lack of a better phrase, slave to updating it forever? Or can I replace this thing? And when do I make that call?
Yeah. So, look, I have a pretty strong opinion on that topic, very clearly, because of what we're doing at Leave It Charlie. But I think that is one of the core difficulties that the cybersecurity industry has, is the accumulation of solutions, right? Kind of hinted at it a little bit earlier, meaning, 20 years ago, kind of pick your Gartner, hot term around cybersecurity was very, very cutting edge and important. And every year there's more of those terms, right? Those acronyms that are very important and all cutting edge. But after 20 years, we have to be able to retire some. And I think that is sort of the biggest habit that the cybersecurity industry has to get out of, which is the accumulation of those, and to rethink their security posture, not in terms of very narrow individual solutions where it's kind of like a blinking red light solution, meaning like, hey, you don't have to understand anything. Like if this light blinks red, you've been hacked kind of thing. But instead rethink all of this in terms of the things that you need to accomplish as part of your security program. It's not about, I need to have X. It's about, I need to be able to detect, an attacker that does X, Y, or Z and respond to those things. And when you get into that habit of thinking functionally, that is when you kind of realize that, of those 20 acronyms that you have to maintain, that you have to have people that know about it, that you're very dependent of, a lot of those use cases over the last 20 years have kind of become features and not solutions themselves. And you're able to really kind of bring that down and bring it down to a level where you know what you're defending against, how you're defending against it. There's no magic here, right? It's kind of it's a mature defense process.
So are you saying that we have like a hoarding issue in IT and maybe we all need some therapy? Is that where you're going?
Yeah. Yes, but I understand why, right? Like it's, if you think like historically in cybersecurity, when I started in like early 2000s, I kind of always joked that cybersecurity was the two guys in the hoodies in the basement, and nobody knew what they were doing, but they were doing security, right? Like a lot of hand waving. And over the years, we've gotten way better, but I think the foundation of all those things in security were so, obscure and like, oh, you need to have that thing because somehow it protects you. And there's a couple of people that understand why, that we kind of just got into that habit. And we need to break the cycle of hoarding.
All right. You heard it here, folks. The more things you have, the more things you have to protect, the more likely it becomes you're going to have a problem. So technical debt sounds like a fancy, nice word, but in reality, it's just trouble. Hey, Maxime, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
And in this session, we're going to spend time with Ental. I've got Thomas joining. Thomas, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. Really, really looking forward to this.
I am as well. And so let's kind of set the context kind of broadly. So certainly the needs for AI connectivity are much different than the data center and traditional enterprise network. So I'd love it, Thomas, if you could spend some time around how Intel sees that.
What really sets it apart from a traditional enterprise environment is you really have these very expensive GPUs, not just CPUs, but also GPU-based servers for AI. And you have a need for reliable transport. And there are different ways to do that. But you really have a need for reliable transport to minimize the downside of the expensive compute cycles, whether CPU or GPU, to get actually the best outcome. And as we all know, these products are not cheap. If you want to get to the TCO, you need to use them as much as you can, which means you need to have a reliable networking infrastructure. So that's, I think, where it starts. And so then the next one, when enterprises look at this and saying, hey, I have Ethernet deployed everywhere today. Love the operational simplicity. Ideally, you do not have dedicated fabrics. You run everything over Ethernet. And so now the next question then becomes, how do I make that happen? How do I advance what I have to do today with Ethernet and make this reliable? So there are a couple of ways to think about it, and that gets us a little bit on where the industry is going and where we as Intel driving together with partners into ecosystem. The different ways to do what most today actually do, I want to say pretty much everywhere in the Ethernet world is, you say, hey, to get to reliable transport, I make the fabric lossless on the Ethernet level, which is really the RDMA or converged Ethernet. Most people just use it like Rocky. And that's basically what it is. You need a it's proven, but it takes settings and optimization in an Ethernet fabric to make that happen. And then the second way is to do, hey, I just assume my Ethernet fabric is like it is today for pretty much every application, a lossy fabric. And then I need to implement a protocol on the edge, on the servers, on the NICs. And this is where the Intel IPU comes in, with a protocol such as Falcon, which was open sourced by Google, to actually get to the same outcome, which is a reliable transport over an Ethernet fabric. And so this is, coming back where we open up is what's different. You want reliable transport for AI workloads, and you want ideally doing this on Ethernet because customers just love the operational simplicity of Ethernet.
But there are also some other advantages, right, relative to other proprietary architectures. For example, it's more open. There's more flexibility.
Is really a couple of items. They do want a standards-based solution. They do want an ecosystem because they do want choice to have various vendors in this market. And it's not just because they like more than one vendor. It's just if you have multiple vendors, you just have better risk diversification. At the end, you do want a technology that does the job, which gets us then a little bit into where the standards are going with Ethernet, because Ethernet is around, to your point, forever. It's the broadest installed base there is by far. And so calling out some of the other ones, right? And I'm like 20 plus years in this industry. I remember we were talking initially, like there was not in the data center world, but we're talking like ATM and SONET. All those became Ethernet and IP. And then you had fiber channel. All of this moves onto IP and Ethernet. And then you have InfiniBand, which was always in that corner for HPC, high performance compute environment. And so this is the latest discussion, right? Hey, can we make this work on Ethernet? So we basically have the volume, which drives then cost and innovation much faster with Ethernet. And so really the whole discussion is how can they use Ethernet to get to reliable transport similar to what InfiniBand can do today in a very specific niche. And so that's really what customers are pushing for and what the industry is stepping up to deliver.
Intel is very open standards oriented, with x86 and what you're doing from a networking perspective. But can you speak to some of the other advantages with open standards?
Yeah, maybe a couple points, because you said is an ecosystem. I mean, I basically look at this. If we're looking at the AI, and I don't like to use the term explosion, but the tremendous growth that comes out of it just from a network connectivity perspective, which is real, right? It's very clear, and this is going to go on for a couple of years at least. There's no doubt in my mind. And I don't think this is about, are you first? Or are you the only one? The market is so big. I mean, it's just there's plenty to grow for everyone. So that's why I actually look at this as an opportunity. Now, number two, in terms of performance, there's this very technical debate going around InfiniBand, and I pick InfiniBand because that's the piece where the Ethernet InfiniBand to Ethernet transition is where it's going to happen. Is what most people call the scale out network, or what to put a note on there. This is basically how do you connect GPU servers to other GPU servers. That's that scale out network, very high bandwidth. Between server nodes or racks, depending on what design GPU server design you're on. And realistically, as I said, what it really comes down to, get to reliable transport. You want to minimize latency. You want to minimize the time it takes to do retransmission, right? And so, as I kind of alluded to, there are two ways to do this. One is a very expensive way. This is what InfiniBand does. You really enforce losslessness. However, that takes away some of the scale-out, large-scale ability, where you say, hey, if I can take some loss, but I do very fast retransmit, selective retransmit, can react very fast to congestion and route around it, or steer traffic around and get to reliable transport that hits my performance criteria. Now I can scale out to very, very large fabrics, which is where the trend is going. And so this is really where Ethernet is going to shine from a technology perspective. And quite frankly, based on some of the initial data that we're seeing, we'll actually do the same and better what InfiniBand can do today from a scale perspective.
And from my perspective, a lot of the innovation is being driven through the Ultra Ethernet Consortium. And I know that is something that Intel is very involved in. And I'm wondering if you could spend a little bit of time for our viewers and explain what are the goals and how is Intel specifically contributing to the UEC?
Yeah, I mean, the UEC, I want to say it probably started over 12 months ago when this came into, when the awakening happened, quite frankly. ChatGPT was like the seminal moment when people realized, man, this is so easy to use this technology. Now let's figure out where we can use it. And everyone said, I can use it everywhere, which is true. And so Intel is a founding member of the UEC because we looked at this and saying, and to your point earlier, we're a big proponent of open standards and enabling ecosystem, right? Not only on the Xeon side, but on connectivity as well here, right? And so the mission really is, if you look at the UEC, it's an Ethernet-based open interoperability, high performance, full communication stacks architecture to meet the demand, not just what HPC did in the past, but to what AI needs now. And so this is where the focus. And if you look at, there are different knobs what you can turn. There are layer 1 working groups, layer 2, layer 3, and then there's where you go at the WIRPs and the lip fabric layer. What are some of the optimizations to do to actually deliver truly a reliable transfers, optimize low latency transport? And so Intel is participating in these very working groups besides being on the steering committee as well. And we're quite frankly seeing, if you look at the membership, it's just the whole industry is coalescing around it. I think at this point, it's pretty much everybody that plays in that space as part of the UEC and is pulling together.
That's great. Let's dive a little bit deeper into Intel's portfolio. And can you provide some examples of what you're doing, to your point, to drive AI connectivity at scale out speed?
Yeah, and you bring up a good point, right? Because there's a little bit, whenever you have these, it's not a hype cycle. Whenever you have these initial run, right? People focus on the high end, right? I need the next one. The high end is real. So don't get me wrong with SD. I need the next 16,000, 32,000, 48,000 node large learning model clusters. And these are real. These are happening. Quite frankly, what's really interesting to me is the build out cycles I'm used to is every 3 years you build another version. In the AI world, we're in a 12-month build out cycle on the high end, which is super interesting. Again, it comes back to, it's actually an opportunity for the whole industry, not just Intel, it's for the whole industry.
Well, and these GPU clusters are massive, right? So I spent time at GTC. I was at Dell Tech World this past week. And it's just mind blowing, right? And you've got to have the right level of connectivity to make the plumbing all work.
Yeah. And where we're going with this is that what's a little bit sometimes is lost when you're in that initial stage when the market is just booming. Everybody talks about what do I need in the high end, right? Because it's like the next biggest thing. And that's important, that's what I'm saying. And so that's really where you do need to have reliable transport and optimization to get the best performance out of it, because, again, these GPUs are not cheap today. Part of them, as the way I think about it, because they're really general purpose. And one of the trends you will see, and I got a little bit off track here, but I think you see over the years a lot of indications out there. You will have a lot of purpose-built GPUs, some customers or service, what I call them TPUs, or accelerators. But that will come over time. But today, what you have these general purpose, very expensive GPUs, and you want to run them at the optimal utilization because, time is money. And so that's one. This is where you want true reliable transport, and this is one of the things what we have implemented was Falcon technology. And this is where the UEC goes as well, and we will see more optimization in that space. However, there are also a lot of smaller clusters. Think about 1,000, maybe 2,000 GPU nodes. Those ones you can actually do today, and I have seen those with enterprise customers as well as actually some of the service providers to the CSPs today. They're deploying Rocky V2. It takes a lot of tuning, but for smaller clusters you can do. And in this world, you would use Ethernet adapters. So in the Intel portfolio, you would use the foundational, the Ethernet controller, the 800 series, or you can use the Intel IPU adapter that also supports Rocky V2, and then you're sent for larger scale clusters. You can use then Falcon as a protocol to get a better reliable transport solution. Main point, really, what I'm trying to get across is, if you look as an enterprise, and I start today, you take your existing Ethernet fabric, you can have two choices. You can turn on Rocky V2 for the nodes that you need lossless Ethernet to support medium-sized clusters. Works perfectly fine. If you want to have a better performance, you would use an IPU NIC. You don't actually have to do anything on the network at this point. You don't have to turn on the lossless features, and you just use a lossy fabric and run Falcon between the endpoints using the NIC. And then for the very large cloud providers, they will go down this path of what USC is working on, a truly fully optimized Ethernet solution for reliable transport.
And I'd love to touch on what you're doing from a software perspective as well, because obviously you're a leader in silicon, but software comes into play, and you've touched on this a little bit, but I know that there's one API and then there's the Intel Ethernet Fabric Suite. Can you spend a little bit of time on those points as well?
And that's a very, very important piece, because it's so fun, particularly for people, admit on my history coming out of the hardware silicon world, it's so fun about talking about performance, what you can do, but unless you have the right software abstraction layer and make it easy to consume, quite frankly, a lot of this doesn't matter. And so what is really interesting in the space, with Intel, we have this product called the Intel Ethernet Fabric Suite, which actually was built around HPC, high performance compute environment, which is actually very transferable to what is needed in the AI world. And then obviously we're pushing around one API. And so if you look at what is really needed in this space, applications built for the AI world more and more are either based on PyTorch or riding on top of a particular as communication library. And what you really would like to do here to actually enable an ecosystem, you want a software layer that can plug in on the top to what PyTorch does to do when you build against that, or the communication library on that particular vendor. So you don't have to change that, what you do today. Have that fabric suite in the middle, and then underneath have the drivers plug in from a broad vendor ecosystem, right? Not just Intel NICs, but also ecosystem vendor NICs as well as switches. And so basically, again, on that software layer, provide a high performance open source layer that people can build on. So you actually enable the adoption, accelerate the adoption of reliable transport mechanisms for AI workloads.
Besides connectivity, I mean, Thomas, from your perspective, what else is important as enterprises consider taking this journey to the next generation AI?
I mean, this is all about unlocking the value of data, right? The goal is the data, and how do I get to the value of that data faster using AI? So we covered this, right? And I think that's the important piece, because again, GPUs are not cheap. Connectivity needs to make sure the GPU is humming and not sitting still, right? And that's very, very important going forward, because at some point you need to be able to make this a good TCO case and a good ROI over time. There needs to be some return. And as I said, there are multiple pieces besides the network needs to make sure the GPUs are humming, and then obviously you're going to start optimizing. Do I really need the biggest GPU for everything, or do I have some optimizations going on for certain use cases?
One of the biggest concerns is around the power envelope. Yeah. And everything that I'm hearing from silicon providers, including Intel, is around what you're doing to drive a more sustainable set of silicon, right? That's super important.
You absolutely have to do that. And then the next piece that will come, and you see some of the articles, which I think is very obvious, because it is data, right? And you're trying to unlock the value of data. And a lot of this is data that is proprietary information for enterprises. Might be customer data that you want to use, the application, what do you want to drive value. And I'm not talking about hey, how can I answer the general question on the internet faster? I'm talking about, let's pick an example. I have a customer calling in for support. I want to go through all the data I have about this customer and using an AI model to come with a good answer up much, much faster than normally, right? And so I think that data you need to protect, right? And so data is needed everywhere. It's needed for training of the model. It's needed for answering the question, for the queries, for the inference. And so you need to build in these AI infrastructure security for the data going in, data going out, data in flight. You probably, when you tell me saying is like, yeah, Thomas, this sounds very similar to a lot of the other things where we're talking about security and networking. And the answer is yes. So what needs to happen here, right? When we build these AI clusters, our customers building these AI clusters, you need to think through how do you protect the data going in and out? How do you protect the edges? And so this is where actually I spend a lot of cycles with the product set that I have, which is the Intel IPU, is to think through not just can I get a reliable transport, but can I actually add security? And the beautiful thing about the Intel IPU is I actually have an embedded CPU complex that can run a lot of the security functions inside of that NIC. So when you have data coming in and out of a server, I can actually intercept and do a lot of these things there in terms of encrypting, authenticating, seeing who has access, reporting on who has access. And so this is a very, very important piece, particularly in the enterprise where you're worried about where's your data going. We actually work very, very closely with Red Hat, given that we have a lot of joint customers in the enterprise space. On inboxing our Intel IPU with Red Hat OpenShift and Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And inboxing really means making sure it is supported out of the box when you support this. For developers that are looking at using this. And so the reason why that's important, again, because we basically give access to the CPU and complex that is embedded in that IPU NIC for developers to run their security functions on that. It becomes very, very easy for them to use their standard tools they use today to also manage that little protection enclave island on the IPU NIC. So back to you.
No, I'm glad you touched on security because it's a huge issue. I mean, not only data security, data sovereignty, but protecting the large language models as well. I mean, there's IP that's tied to that. Can you share Intel's vision for AI connectivity?
So broad partnerships, standardization, and open ecosystem are probably the top three for us where the vision is in the space.
And Thomas, thanks again for a great conversation. We could probably keep talking for another hour or two.
We'll take you up at some future point. No, really appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Discover how cloud native is becoming the new compute stack. At Cloud Native Now on July 25th, we will explore the transformative shift towards modern containerized and microservices-based applications. Learn why Kubernetes remains a dominant force in container orchestration and how WebAssembly is emerging as a powerful complement. Don't miss this opportunity to stay ahead in cloud native development. Register now and claim your spot in the future of tech innovation.
OpsMill debuts, Telegram under scrutiny, FBI's forum takeover, VPN proxy chicanery, T-Mobile gets a new plan, and a closer look at some EU AI regulations in this episode of the Gestalt IT Rundown. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Gestalt IT Rundown for Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. My name is Tom Hollingsworth, and if you're having trouble keeping things together like I usually do, you're in luck because it's National Paperclip Day. So bust out some of those things that you used to unfold to eject the DVD drive on your computer, because we don't have those anymore, and use them what they were originally designed for. Sitting in the corner of Microsoft Office and complaining that you weren't doing things right. That's right, Clippy is the proto-AI. But joining me is one of our first-time hosts and a longtime friend of Tech Field Day, Mr. Arjan Timmerman. Arjan, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Yeah, good to be here, and thanks for having me.
Well, we're very glad to have you joining us, and we've got a lineup of great stories. It's been an interesting news week here at the end of May, and there's some fun stuff going on. So, Arjan, I'm going to let you kick it off.
Yeah, so there's a new automation sheriff in town launching yesterday at AutoCon 2.0. It's OpsMill. Their founders have lots of experience in the networking industry and have seen where the next steps need to be. OpsMill Infra Hub brings together the structure of existing tools like Autobot and Netbox with the scalability and flexibility of GitHub. InfraHub serves as a single source of truth that stores more than just configuration. It also integrates with popular frameworks like Ansible and Terraform. Tom, do we need another automation tool?
I think we do, and there's a reason for that. We did a briefing with the people who founded this, Raphael Monnier, their primary founder. He mentioned, GitHub is kind of where everybody goes to check their code in now, and it's very flexible. It's very unstructured, which to developers sounds like a dream. To us networking gurus, it sounds like a nightmare because there's no focus, there's no standardization. And if you don't believe that that's a big problem, how do you write down the MAC addresses in your network? Because I know there's 4 different ways and they all look substantially different enough that it will freak people out. So we have tools like Autobot and Netbox, which are both people who have presented at Field Day in the past, and they have a lot more structure. What they lack is any kind of flexibility around that. You're going to store it like this. It's going to be here. That's what makes it a good source of truth. And for those of you who are not aware of this, there's a big push in the industry to have a source of truth in your environment. Not just what I want the desired state of the network to be, but what the desired state of the network actually is. So there really needs to be at least 1 or 2 sources of truth. And so what OpsMill's InfraHub is trying to accomplish is they're trying to take what GitHub offers in flexibility and add it to what we have, consistently seen in these other tools. And one of the things that I think is a huge win here is that InfraHub can store more than just configuration data. It's more than just MAC addresses and IP addresses. It's the schemas and the templates and the proxies and all that other stuff that you need to deploy. And that's a huge win for people because it's a lot of times it's not the data that is your problem. It's what you do with that data. It's like to think of some people that I know that are picking up the hobby. It's like having a whole bunch of yarn in the corner of your craft room and you don't know what to do with it. You have all the raw materials. What you're lacking is the structure to turn it into a scarf or a hat scarf. And so I'm very excited to see where OpsMill is going to be taking this. Like I said, they just debuted at AutoCon 2.0, which, by the way, if you haven't checked that out, you absolutely should. Chris Grenneman's doing great work over there. But, we're looking forward to seeing kind of how this launches, where they take it from there. And who knows, we might try to get them to be involved in a networking field day in the future. So stay tuned for more great details there. European Union officials are currently engaging in discussions with popular chat app Telegram regarding its user base, as reported by a Bloomberg story. They're citing some unnamed sources. While Telegram officially asserts that it has 41 million European users, local regulators remain skeptical and suspect that their actual user count might be just a little bit higher. The issue is particularly significant because platforms with 45 or more million users, referred to as very large online platforms, or more colloquially, blops, operating within the EU are subject to much stricter regulations under the EU Digital Services Act. Ariane, what does it mean if Telegram is underreporting its users, and what could happen if they actually do have more than 45 million?
There's a lot of things that could happen if they go over the 45 million. So for them, it's a big thing. Like you already mentioned, they report to the European Union and say, we've got this many users in the EU. The EU has a lot of regulations, and one of those is indeed the Digital Services Act. And with that, if you go over 45 million official users, you are at least you have to do some stuff to your platform that makes it more secure and more more secure, basically, to the users of the EU, which will probably translate to all of your users. Because if you have to do it in the EU, why would you do it? Why would you not do it somewhere else? It's a platform that you will use in the entire world. But to come back to that, if the EU would find that it's over 45 million, they have to make sure, and they have to show the European Union that they provide all the security and all the things needed to be within the Digital Services Act. And if not, there could be a big fine for them. So it could be that it's, I think it's 4% of their revenue that could be a fine, or it's even up to 6%. So yeah, that could mean a lot of money that needs to be paid to the European Union if it would be more than 45. They're growing very hard. There's a lot of talk about what they all do. There's also a lot of talk about the Ukrainian-Russian war, where Telegram has been used and is being used by a lot of the Russian people, especially the soldiers, to send data back and forth. So yeah, that could be a really big thing if something goes wrong there. So yeah, there is a lot going on, and we'll come back to another European act, or at least regulation within the European Union. So let's continue to the next one. The FBI. And the FBI has decided to get into the forum business. Well, sort of. Last week, the popular hacker forum site Breach Forums was apparently taken over by the feds. A notice went up on the front page telling everyone that the site was now under the control of the FBI. The site had already been seized last year when operator Connor Brian Fitzpatrick was arrested and pled guilty to to operating it. After he was sentenced, some other person took over the site and started it up again. This time the FBI seized the forums on the official Telegram channel. There we go again, Telegram. Tom, why does the FBI care about the forum site?
Well, they're just like every other internet user. They want a place to go and complain about stuff. No, that's not what happened here. The problem is that Breach Forums is a really well-known place to trade leaked information. You know, you can, if you've heard stories on places like Darknet Diaries about where do you go to find stolen credit card data or, you know, stolen social security numbers or things like that, this is where you go. Now, of course, the problem is, just like any good criminal enterprise, as soon as people know that that's where you go to get the stuff, that's also where the enforcement agents know where to go to shut you down. And so, as mentioned in the story, this is where it gets hilarious. So follow along. They got seized last year, and they arrested Connor Fitzpatrick, and they sentenced him to prison. And then someone took over the domain again. The FBI shut him down. It was like a week and a half ago, right? Guess what? They're back already. That's the thing. It's like whack-a-mole. You can't keep them down. The problem is that with the amount of data breaches that we're seeing, with the frequency with which that information is being stolen and shared on the internet, you can't not run a site like this. Like you know, I hear this all the time. You know, how do you prevent crime? Well, I don't know. Have you tried not breaking the law? I don't know. Have we tried not putting a dollar value on someone's social security number or either, you know, whatever the European ID equivalent is? The reason why is because those things are so valuable to people who are trying to commit fraud or trying to fleece people, scammers, what have you. I mean, I take a tour through my spam folder on a regular basis and, oh, did you know that I have your social security number and all of your contacts and I saw what you were doing on your webcam and I'm going to get you to send me like 0.01 Bitcoin. And I'm like, yeah, if you really saw what I was doing on my webcam, you'd want more than 0.01 Bitcoin. No, it's the thing is like there's a dollar amount associated with this, and there's always going to be forum sites. And as soon as you take one of them down, two of them pop back up, sometimes even with the same name. So I think what's going to have to happen is that the feds are going to have to start working with the EU and other places around the world to create more of a globalized crime task enforcement agency. Because a lot of these people hide in places like Russia, Ukraine, China, North Korea, where they're effectively immune from law. As we'll discuss, you know, in a later story, there's only so much that you can do when someone's hiding in a place where you can't get them to enforce it. So I don't know. Maybe what the FBI needs to do is they just need to open their own forums, you know, the Fed forum or whatever, and they can let people do stuff there, like complain and all this other stuff. I mean, if you can't beat them, you might as well join them, right? If the VPN is free, are you the product? Well, in the case of a residential service that was known as 911S5, or you may have downloaded it as Mask VPN or Do VPN, you absolutely were the product. That's because the operators of the service were using your computer as a proxy for criminals to send their traffic through you to commit offenses. When users would connect to VPN servers, they would open a reverse socket from the VPN server back to your PC, and that would allow your PC to be used by other people in the service for illicit purposes. 3 Chinese nationals were sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department as the investigation continues on. But I guess, Ariane, the biggest question is, 1, should we still be using free VPN services? And 2, why would a country want to use my VPN service or my PC as a terminal point to get to other folks in that country?
First of all, I've been taught that something is never for free. So thinking VPN is free, I would not jump into that very quickly. But yeah, VPN is something very good. But it's not free. People have to work on it. There's software development involved with it. And either you pay through some sort of spam or whatever, or you will pay like you just described. And why would you use that? Because it's very easy, right? It's VPN. There's already security for them built into it, and using other people's PCs is kind of like you just said, it's like doing crime without being really noticed. Although in the end they are noticed, and there is something going on. But basically, I think that's it, right? It's like, okay, if I can utilize some user's PC and make sure that I can do, especially if you're from China and you want to do something in the US and you can do it that way, it's the easiest way to do it, right? So why wouldn't you? Again, free is never free. Make sure that you know what the product offers you, but also what the offer means for you. And there's always the small letter. Probably it wasn't in there stating to the people that they could have been used for this kind of stuff, but at least know what the product does. And I think, especially with VPN, that's something to consider. You utilize VPN for something, and that's probably security and making sure that you can do stuff. Maybe use Netflix from another side of the world or something like that. But that means something. You're masking yourself, and with that, you're probably giving the people that want to utilize that a mask for them as well. So free is never free. That's the final answer. So in a blockbuster move, T-Mobile has added US Cellular to their portfolio. The Un-carrier is snapping up 30% for the reported $4.4 billion. This includes all the subscribers and brick-and-mortar retail locations. T-Mobile will also assume around $2 billion in debt from US Cellular and rent towers from the company. T-Mobile has framed the bill not as a reduction in competition, but as a way to more directly compete against industry titans AT&T and Verizon. The acquisition follows along the line of deals including Sprint and Mint Mobile. So, what's your take on that, Tom? You're in the US, I'm in the EU. T-Mobile is big here. They're probably big in the US as well. So what's your take on that?
You're right. They are big. They're the third largest competitor out there. I mean, all you got to know is that, AT&T is blue, Verizon is red, T-Mobile is pink. That's kind of how we look at them around here. It's like sweetener packets. But more importantly, when you read into what's going on here, it's really odd. So for one part of the press, what they're saying is that we're increasing reliability and services to rural customers. So everyone out there knows rural customers, basically anyone who doesn't live in a city that you've heard of in the US. But when you look at US Cellular, it was a regional provider. It was kind of mostly the mid-Atlantic in the east and kind of in the south. Like we have some US Cellular here in Oklahoma, but not nearly as much as we used to because they're starting to get crowded out by those larger providers. Most people are on Verizon or AT&T. It's the Coke and Pepsi. It's the, any of the other binary choices. And so T-Mobile needs to do something to commit to getting better. Although I will say that they are not making their customers happy. So any of the goodwill that you've seen or heard of from T-Mobile back when John Laguerre used to run the thing, yeah, that's gone. The new guy is basically like, what was it, like 2 days ago? They announced that they're raising prices for their customers. Like there's a lot of angry people who are writing the FCC right now going, I can't believe that you said that you put it in writing that you would not raise our bills. Wasn't a lot, but it was enough. Now, where does this whole thing come in? Well, one, this is going to make the investors happy. You're arming to get ready to take down AT&T and Verizon, just like you said you were going to do when you bought Sprint. Never mind that now. What you're getting access to is a whole lot of new subscribers. It was very important that the deal was structured so that T-Mobile took on all of US Cellular subscribers, but not all of US Cellular's infrastructure, because what they get is what their investors want, a revenue stream. They get new people who can stay on your US Cellular plan if you want, or, you could upgrade to a T-Mobile plan if you wanted to too, asterisk with some additional fees. That's what they're looking. They're looking for revenue growth. They're looking for subscriber growth, because I got news for you. Most of the people in the country that have a cellular plan, that's you haven't hit saturation, but you're really close. So now it's not a question of, can I get net new subscribers? It's, where are those net new subscribers going to be coming from? Well, they're probably going to be coming through acquisition. And that's what T-Mobile's betting on. But by not acquiring the infrastructure, that gives them two other kind of fundamental areas. One, it allows them to avoid the regulators, because that's going to be a huge deal. When you're reducing competition in a market, the modern FTC has shown that they are very hesitant to just rubber stamp deals. So there has to be some kind of a trade-off. And in this case, T-Mobile is going to be renting spectrum from US Cellular. So they're still going to be paying what remains of the other company. But more importantly, I think what this is basically tacit understanding that T-Mobile has all the infrastructure that they're going to need. I mean, Mint Mobile, the one we mentioned, that was an MVNO. For those of you who don't know, that's when you have a cellular plan with a company, but they don't actually own the towers. They just rent them. Boost Mobile is another popular one that does that. You see that they don't want to take on infrastructure that they're going to have to upgrade and constantly maintain. They would rather the company do that. So, think about it would be like if a utility company provided power to your home, but they rented the transmission lines from a completely different company. And now that I say that, please don't do that, utility companies, because it's a dumb idea, because you're adding more chaos into the platform that causes people to get angry. So now let's say that there's an outage in Western North Carolina, which is actually a place where US Cellular was really huge. Whose problem is it? Is it T-Mobile, because that's who my bill goes to? Well, no, it's not really T-Mobile's problem. It's actually US Cellular's problem, because they're the ones that still own the tower, even though I'm on a US Cellular plan on a T-Mobile paper. Well, this gets really confusing. Now, what's going to end up happening is people are going to blame everybody. It's like, it's always the wireless's fault. It's always my provider's fault. But I'm curious to see kind of where this goes. I think this should get through regulatory approval, just because of the way the deal is structured. But I could be wrong, and we still have a year to find out. So let's revisit this story in a year and see what happens. If nothing else, maybe we'll be on a new phone plan by then. All right, we had a story we wanted to take a closer look at, and it involves AI. I know we don't talk enough about AI around here, but more importantly, it talks about regulations with AI, because the world's leading internet firms are actively collaborating with regulators in the European Union to ensure compliance with the bloc's stringent data protection rules. According to Ireland's Data Protection Commission, which serves as the lead EU regulator for a majority of tech companies out there, like Alphabet, Google, Meta, Microsoft, TikTok, OpenAI, and any other alphabet soups that you want to come up with, the firms are starting to take extensive measures to ensure that their artificial intelligence products do not violate data privacy regulations. Wow, that's a shock. Now, Ariane, is the EU governmental involvement in this a good or a bad thing? And what other EU regulations could potentially be impacted by this?
So, first of all, yes. I think the EU should definitely be involved in this for multiple reasons. But for making sure that you have a understanding, let's put it that way, with the big competitors in this market is a good thing. I don't think it should always be pushed down, let's put it that way, that it always has to come from the European Union saying you have to do it this way, especially because the big companies that you already mentioned have some very intelligent people working for them, knowing what they're doing and knowing what they're building, and talking with them and making sure that you get on a same playing field, and making sure that you know what they're doing, and creating regulation around that is what's really important. I've heard multiple of my customers talking about we are going to utilize AI. But then when they hear, especially I think about a year ago when OpenAI got bigger and bigger, when they heard that if you put your data within ChatGPT and then the data was from OpenAI, and people were like, wait, what? So if I put my data with OpenAI, it's their data. It's not our data anymore. What would the impact be if you're a company in the Netherlands doing finance or healthcare or social security or whatever? The things that would happen to the data, and we already talked about it. You already mentioned it. Data is probably the new oil or the new gold or whatever you want to call it, right? It's the worth of data is so big that you really want to make sure that your data is your data. And so data collection is really important, and that needs to be regulated through whatever is decided by the European Union regulators, but it needs to be done within those companies, right? The rights, the individual rights, the data rights, the privacy, everything needs to be accounted for, but you have to have an understanding of what's going on. And I always have the feeling that in the EU it's a bit different than in the US, and I really want to hear what you think about that. But there was one more question that you asked. What is I would say the biggest impact that the AI Act will have in the EU is on the GDPR side of things. And I really feel that GDPR and AI will go hand in hand. Others will follow as well. You've got NIS, and NIS 2 is coming up. You've got DORA that's coming up. Everything will be tied together. But for now, I think GDPR is the biggest of the things that will be impacted by the AI Act. But let me hear your story on the US part of things.
Oh, Ariane, come on. What's all this regulatory talk? Don't you know that we, as Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and the smartest people in the room, know better what we should be doing with this than you do? We'll just give it unfettered access to your data, and we'll crawl everywhere all over the internet to be able to find out all this data, and we can use it in ways that you couldn't even possibly imagine, and never mind the fact that our algorithm's doing things that it really shouldn't be doing over here in the corner. That's not important right now. What's important is that you shouldn't tell us what we should be doing with our software. That pretty much sums up exactly how everybody feels about this. You know, it's like being in a family where one of your parents is overly permissive to the point of basically ruining your life, and the other one is what, you know, feels to you like an overbearing authoritarian person who in reality is a reasonable person who just wants to keep you safe. I'll let you figure out which parent is which in this particular case. Look, the fact that the companies are basically working hand in glove with the regulators tells me that they understand that they've got issues that they need to solve. Because it's one thing to deploy this stuff across the US and, you know, see how it's being used, and the fact that you can get around a lot of these regulatory things by, you know, oh, well, a lot of this traffic passes through the US, so we'll just examine it when it gets here. The fact that the EU is willing to tap the brakes a little bit and say, hold on, we need to have some assurances here. Because I will say this, ever since GDPR came out and all of the things that have followed it, yes, the whole cookie pop-up thing is damned annoying whenever you go to a website, but that should be a warning to you about how much information that everyone is collecting. And the fact that they have to notify you, and it was just easier for them to do that, and that it was, you know, cheaper to put a pop-up everywhere no matter what than just to do a geolocation and figure out if you're in the EU or you're coming from a browser that has an EU identification string, that they should pop this up, should tell you exactly where they're at with this. AI isn't making things any easier. And yes, like when you read the EULAs for a lot of this stuff, oh my God, it is insane. There was a story we didn't even get a chance to cover this week where NVIDIA is actually arguing that a lot of these black market book pirating sites are not actually black market book pirating sites because the content, yada, yada. Basically what they're saying is that we might have accidentally scraped like Z library and added all of that content into our algorithm. And we don't want to have to face a copyright claim by the book's author that we included it in there when we probably really shouldn't have. So please don't think that we're doing anything bad, but also we want to continue to be able to do this in the future. So I don't think that this should be a full copyright claim. Maybe we can give them some pennies on the dollar. I mean, it's not like NVIDIA can afford it, right? They're only worth what, nearly $3 trillion right now. This is where we get into that really messy kind of middle ground. Like, look, I know I've used AI recently to do a lot of really cool stuff. Like I did video transcription and then I fed the transcription to ChatGPT and I said, hey, summarize this for me so that I don't have to wade through like 45 minutes of video to figure out what's going on here. That's a powerful use of AI. But now the AI system has that script. So who owns it? Does the transcript belong to me as the person who recorded the video? Does the transcript belong to ChatGPT who summarized it for me? Does it belong to some other system that I'm not aware of? Until we can get all this stuff sorted out, we are in a very precarious position. And all you got to do, ignore all the other data protection, like identity management type stuff. All you got to do is look at the AI art stuff. If you trained the system on a bunch of other people's copyrighted art, and then it started producing art that was similar but not identical to the other copyrighted art, who owns the copyright? Is it a derivative work? Is it something that I should be able to open up? Well, I know what the US is going to say. We're going to shoot our guns in the air like it's the Wild West and go, yeehaw, we don't care about no rules around here. This is like Tombstone. Whereas the EU is going to fold their arms over their chest and go, you really should be paying those creators for what they've created and things like that. But I don't know. Am I being a little bit too laissez-faire with the rules over here?
I don't know. Probably it will be in the middle, right? And it will probably go that way in the end. In the beginning, the EU will force a lot. The US will do whatever you said, and they will probably be shooting in the air. Yeah, probably. But I think the good thing is that the EU wants to find a common ground and make sure that everybody is protected in some way. Will it be misused? Yes, of course. Will there be things where we say, yeah, we should have paid the original creator of it? Probably. But in the end, will it boil down to a industry that can do things together and make a better world? Probably. Do we still should we still have a very good look at what AI is doing, what it can do, and what it will do in the future? Absolutely. And are there regulations that need to be in place for that? Absolutely. Because we are talking about infringement, we're talking about who owns the stuff. But that's just the beginning. We're just at the beginning of AI, and there's a lot more coming. And I think the regulation should be even more focused on that than the AI that we have right now, which there is some potential in it, but the things that will come from AI will probably be much more regulated than this.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's going to have to be a middle ground, and we're going to have to do a little bit more investigating to find it, because all or nothing is not the way that this is going to go. And that's why the companies are actively involved in the regulatory process, is because they know that if they get in now and they work with regulators, maybe they can come out of this not having the screws tightened down so much that they squeak. And we'll be investigating how all of this happens in the rundown in the weeks ahead, because That's just what we do here. But speaking of the weeks ahead, we have a lot of stuff going on over the next few weeks. In fact, today, the reason why Ariane is joining me is because Stephen is kicking off our very first App Dev Field Day. We've got presentations today and tomorrow from companies like Catchpoint, Mesmo, and Google Cloud. So make sure you head over to techfieldday.com or Techstrong TV to tune in for more information about that. We've also got something coming up next week. We've got two things. The first is going to be Click Connect. That's another event that Stephen's going to be doing out in Orlando, Florida. Make sure you head over to techfieldday.com to check out more information there. We're going to be doing some video and other great stuff there. I am actually jumping on a plane on Sunday because I'm going to be going out to Las Vegas. So, the other direction to go to Cisco Live US. I'm super excited to be there. I added it up. This will be my 18th year going to Cisco Live. So I'm super thrilled. It's the 35th anniversary, and we got great presentations from Cisco and OpenGear. Then the next week is another busy one. The first thing that's going to be happening is the annual 6.5 Summit. So this is the big thing that the Future Room Group does every year. The keynote is going to be from Bill McDermott, the CEO of ServiceNow, but there's going to be other great sessions. So make sure that you head over to the 65summit.com to see the lineup and get ready to watch that great video. And then that same week, we're going to be doing Cloud Field Day. Stephen is very excited to be back out in California with companies like Juniper, Morpheus Data, Oxide Computer, and a major hyperscaler. If you want to know more, if you want to see this tease pay off, head over to techfieldday.com and look on the page for Cloud Field Day 20. Then the week after that, it's another big conference. It's HPE Discover, and I'm going to be back out in Las Vegas. I'll bring my sunblock and a big floppy hat. But more importantly, I'll be bringing some great delegates because we're going to be at HPE Discover talking all things HPE Aruba networking. I have heard that there's going to be Wi-Fi 7 access points that are going to be deployed through the whole area that you're going to be able to use Wi-Fi 7. If you don't know what that is, make sure you go check out the videos from Mobility Field Day that we just posted last week. But more importantly, make sure you stay tuned for Networking Field Day exclusive at HPE Discover featuring HPE Aruba networking, because I think it's going to be a really exciting time. Just like every Wednesday is an exciting time here at the Gestalt IT Rundown. We publish on Wednesday afternoons on our YouTube channel, on our website at gestaltit.com, and your favorite podcast application of choice. We're a multimedia enterprise over here, not just Microsoft Encarta on the CD. We include all kinds of content, whether they're the show notes or our commentary and analysis on these things. So make sure you check us out. And when you do, leave us a rating and leave a review, because that is the most important way for people to figure out that this is a podcast they really should be listening to. Not those boring true crime murder mystery podcasts. No, we don't do that around here. The only crime is the ones that we report on. But we're not criminals, I think. Wait, do I have a VPN on my computer? Anyway, we'll be back next Wednesday with more great information and news. Until then, take care of yourself and pick up those paper clips that you dropped.
I'm Bonnie Schneider, sustainability contributor to the Techstrong Group. I'm excited to introduce you to a groundbreaking new initiative from Techstrong Research, the Sustainability Pulse Meter. The Pulse Meter offers valuable insights into how environmental responsibility factors into tech purchasing decisions for key players in the industry. Position your company as a leader in the industry and differentiate from your competitors with the Sustainability Pulse Meter, offered exclusively from Techstrong Research.
Hey everyone, welcome to this newest episode of our webcast and podcast, Marketing, Art, and Science. I'm CMO advisor and host Lisa Martin, and I'm so thrilled to share with you my next guest, Jennifer Johnson, or JJ, the CMO of CrowdStrike. JJ, it's so great to have you on the program. I know the audience is going to learn a ton from you today.
Oh, it's so good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Sure. And this is the webcast where we really kind of dissect the artistry and the fusion of science within marketing, within modern marketing. And we'll talk about things like JJ's background. We'll talk about MarTech in action at CrowdStrike. We'll then talk about AI and Gen AI and some of the amazing, really results-driven things that they're doing. And then JJ's going to leave us with some advice for aspiring CMOs. So JJ, you have such an interesting backstory. Share it with the audience a little bit about the family business and what inspired you to get into marketing.
Yeah. So I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So for those of you in the Midwest, I am a fellow Midwesterner at heart. My background is family business. So my grandfather, 80 years ago, started a level and tool manufacturing company called Johnson Level and Tool. So levels, if you don't know, are those things that have the bubbles in them that you use to make sure things are straight. And started that in Milwaukee again 80 years ago. Was an immigrant from Sweden. Started the company, built the company up. My dad and my uncle, they ran the company just up until about 5 years ago. We ironically sold the company to a Swedish company. So my grandfather came over from Sweden. We wound up selling it to a Swedish company. So fun full circle story.
Yes.
But it was the earlier years of my life, and so a lot of my early memories were actually in the plant, in the factory. And so a couple things that it really taught me a good work ethic, because work was so ingrained. And if people from Milwaukee, in the Midwest in general, I always say they're salt of the earth, and having a good roll up your sleeves work ethic is part of the DNA of the Midwest, and especially the blue collar industrial cities like Milwaukee. And so kind of really learned that, like, having a really good work ethic and grit from a very young age. And then the other thing that it really ingrained, probably not even realizing it at the time, is that family and business were intertwined. And so there wasn't really a separation. It was just all part of one and the same. And, nowadays we talk about things like work-life balance. And I'm definitely not here to say that work-life balance is not a thing, because I think for many people, work-life balance is a very important thing. So I think for me, it's more about integrating your work and your life together instead of compartmentalizing them separately, because the way I grew up, they were so intertwined. And look, I think there's positives to that. I think there's probably some challenges to that too. But I think the positives are more that, you really think about work is not something that you just go and do and come home and forget about it, right? It's really something that, you bring into your life and you make it as part of your life. And I very much am passionate about what I do, and I can't do it unless I'm really all in, and mentally and physically and everything. So for me, when I go into a job, it's all in, because that's really all I know.
You make such a great point that it's really the integration. We're going to be talking about the integration of art and science, but the integration of the work and the life, because these days we have, how many screens do I have in front of me right now?
Yeah.
Probably you as well. We're just connected all the time. And we have that expectation that we are going to be connected. We can collaborate. We can have these conversations. We can move things forward. Talk a little bit about how you got to be the CMO of CrowdStrike. Obviously, I just saw that, you guys just hit the S&P 500 recently. Huge accomplishment there. Congratulations. But give us kind of that backstory of how you landed at CrowdStrike.
Mm-hmm. So I've been in enterprise software for marketing for 20 plus years. Started in product marketing. So my formative years were definitely spent in more of the technical sides of marketing. Became a CMO. So expanded out, became a CMO, been a CMO for about 10 plus years now. Not all in cyber, but at some point I pivoted over into cyber. And so most of my CMO career has been spent in cybersecurity companies. And I think along the way, I mean, obviously being in cybersecurity, you know CrowdStrike. And I've worked, with or one degree of separation from a lot of the people who have been at CrowdStrike since the beginning and close to the beginning. So it kind of felt like a first cousin, if you will, right?
Yeah.
There was a lot of familiarity there already. And so,
nice.
And I think when we're all going through our careers, we stop and we think about, what do we want to do? Is this, for me, do I want to be, do I want to do something outside of being a CMO? Do I want to work outside of cybersecurity? And I think where I ultimately landed at a point was, I like being a CMO. I like the function of marketing. And I want to be a CMO, and I really love cybersecurity because it's very mission driven and purpose driven. And it really is about doing something that's kind of for the greater good, if you will.
Yeah.
And So I said, I want to be a CMO in cybersecurity. That's what I want to do for the rest of my career. And so I'm pretty much at the, I don't think I could have picked a better company. I couldn't have picked a better company to do that, knowing that was my personal mission and goal. So, when I had the opportunity to come in and work for CrowdStrike, I leapt at the chance to be able to work with this company and with the people and with our great technology and our amazing customers.
Yeah, amazing customers. I met you at Falcon last year, which, if you're not familiar, that's CrowdStrike's user conference, and we had some great customer conversations. I think there's so much value in the voice of the customer, really articulating the brand proposition of the company. But cybersecurity is such an interesting topic because it affects everybody. The threat landscape is so amorphous; it's evolving constantly. Ransomware became a household word. So you are in such an interesting time, but also delivering technologies that are saving brands. So we could do a whole show on cybersecurity. But I want to now get into the MarTech stack, because you got to CrowdStrike about 18 months or so ago, and you kind of had not a blank slate to work with, but walk us through what you inherited and some of the things that weren't there that you said, we've got to change this. We've got to bring in the scientific part. We've got to become data driven.
Yeah, and we talked about this. I think the title of this show, Art and Science, is so perfect because I talk about that a lot. Around everything is art, and a little bit of art and a little bit of science. And if those of us in marketing, some of us have probably heard someone along the way say that marketing is arts and crafts, or used to be arts and crafts, which I, by the way, take offense to. I don't love hearing that, because even the art side of marketing is a little more than arts and crafts. But the point, I think, was probably coming from a good place of that. It was a lot more of the art side. And, over the last 10, 15 years, the science side of marketing has become so much more of, the not the dominant piece of it, but it's become so much more dominant because now you can measure what you do, right? And it's not a little bit of we think it did this, or we know it had an impact, we just can't completely measure it. So you need to fuse the two together. So it's not an either or, it's an and. And you need to do both, but you also need to bring both together. So, at CrowdStrike, our brand has always been a strength of us as a company, and that's beyond marketing. It's everything. It's every touch point with the company. But marketing has done an amazing job well before me on really building the brand and bringing a persona around the adversaries and the bad guys. And, really for me, it was how do we continue to kind of carry that torch forward? But I saw a real opportunity to invest in the science side of it, right? And we're a multi-billion-dollar ARR company. We have 28 products on our platform. We work with every segment in every industry of companies. And so that becomes really complex really quickly. And so art isn't going to get you where you need to go. We've been very public with the street on our path to get to 10 billion in ARR. That doesn't happen with art alone. So we have to really think strategically and thoughtfully about the whole customer journey. How are we bringing new customers in? But that's really the kind of the starting point, if you will, right? It's then how do we get customers to expand logically around the platform? And when you have 28 products, there's a lot of different paths that customers can take. And ultimately the goal is to consolidate on our platform. So you really need the science on that part. And so, it wasn't a blank slate, but what I really looked at when I came in is how do we modernize our tech stack? How do we modernize our ability to be data driven? How do we use data? And, now data science and AI is like a whole nother element to it, but like, how do we bring data in to help us be more predictive around where to focus? And I think that's been a huge value in what we've done with just even taking the tech stack as an example, is being able to bring that notion of AI and machine learning into the marketing tech stack. And so, one of the tools that we brought in about 18 months ago now is 6 Sense. So for those marketers, you probably know 6 Sense. And really that was really instrumental, not just to marketing, but to our sales development team that are doing the prospecting, because again, we sell to millions of organizations. We sell to every company potentially on the planet. Every company on the planet is a potential customer. So where do you focus? And we have, hundreds of thousands of people coming to our website, being able to get the insights and the data and the signals on intent it really helps to almost create that funnel, before the sales cycle really even starts, of where do we focus and what messages do we send? Because you can actually tell, you can tell what they're in the market for, and you can tell where they are in the buying cycle. So you can be very, very targeted with the message, with the offer, with the product area. And then, that's one big piece of the equation, is how do we be more strategic about who we're bringing in? And then now we're really layering in data science and the tech stack to be predictive around their propensity to buy and what the next best product is. So that's a whole nother journey now that we're taking on, is, there's 28 products, right? They could easily, we know where the logical growth paths are and where the logical next step is, but based on who they are, based on their behavior, based on what they're doing with the technology, kind of bringing in that PLG-esque kind of motion of how, where do we actually help guide them? So that's been a really big initiative, very impactful initiative in the company and in the team, and really giving marketing a seat at the table of bringing the data to the conversation. And I think that's a big part of it too.
And that's pretty differentiating too. You mentioned when we were speaking before that you brought data science to the sales team, and to become, so many organizations say we're data driven, or we're working to become data driven. It's a whole other ballgame to actually be living it and having the impact that you're talking about, the proof in the pudding. Share a little bit about how 28 different products, customers at different parts of the journey, hundreds of thousands. You talked about the horizontal applicability and impact that CrowdStrike has in every industry. What's that journey like from prospect to loyal advocate to expansion? And how does the MarTech stack and those levers of art and science help really customers go on that journey seamlessly?
Yeah. Well, I think anyone who's in this field knows that there's been a lot of data around the percentage of the sales cycle that's done before anyone ever talks to a human being, right? And so we have front loaded a lot of our top of funnel, as you would expect, with digital retargeting, using social media and paid social and digital to really hone in and follow people through that front end of the journey. Peer review sites. So there's a whole team that's really a growth marketing team that's digitally focused, that's really focused on driving the right journey before they even get to an SDR, right? Which is, they're the first person that they would talk to help prospect. So there's a whole marketing tech stack around, digital retargeting. 6 Sense plays a key role there, because we can, obviously, as I said before, we can actually see what people are searching on, what their intent is, what they're searching on from a product, or what kind of initiatives they have, where they might be in the buying cycle based on their behavior. And so we do all that to nurture and basically nurture these prospects, and even help the SDR team say, if you have 100 people that you can spend time with and call on, who are you going to focus your time on? So that's one whole piece of it. And then it's, of course, we get them into a cycle. I think that becomes a little bit more. It goes from digital led to maybe more in-person and physical led. It's an interesting conversation that we're having as a marketing organization right now. How do you move people kind of from that early stage pipeline opportunity to a kind of later stage? What we're seeing is that this is where you would want to put in more of your in-person events, your workshops, and they don't always have to be in person. They can be virtual, but more hands-on things where they can actually feel, touch, experience the technology, talk to other customers. Our user conference obviously plays a big role in this phase here, right? To help bring people along. We talk about it as the power of the crowd, and it's real when people feel the magic of, the momentum we have. And you were at Falcon last year, it's real. And then once they become a customer, there's, typically a logical land. We obviously try to get that land as big as possible, but there's typical product set that usually is in that land in that first initial deal. And then it's looking at data science to say, okay, customers that look like this, that behave like this, that use the product like this, tend to, how they tend to expand. Or this is your typical PLG, using analytics, using data science around, the propensity to buy, to say, customers that look like this, they might buy 10x more, because I was CMO of a company named Amplitude that does exactly this, right? It helps you with digital analytics to actually understand what customers are most profitable, what customer journeys are going to actually net the most revenue. So those are the things we look at. So we kind of tailor the digital and the tech stack with the in-person events that help educate customers on expansion. And of course, customer storytelling is woven throughout that entire journey. I think the last thing I'd say is, having data. This is less about the tech stack and more about the analytics.
Right.
I think one of the biggest things that we've done that has transformed in a very positive way and we had a great relationship with sales, we've always had a great relationship with sales, but one of the things that transformed it the most was marketing, and in particular field marketing, coming to the table with data. So, many times it's like the activity trap that field marketers can fall into, where, if they don't come with a point of view, if they don't come with data, a lot of times it turns into, what do you want to do, sales team? And sales team, will give them their wish list of all the things that they want to do. And there's good intent, right? But, at the same time, like, they're not marketers. And if you support 20 salespeople, you're going to get 20 different iterations of a plan. And then all of a sudden, the field marketer is looking at it going, how am I going to execute all of this? Because there's no way. And then you fall into this activity. I call it the activity trap, right? And then it's more is better, right? More is not better. We hopefully know that as marketers. So this flipped it completely on its head, where now field marketing can come to the table with data. We track pipeline. We have pipeline goals by all the way down to a rep level. And we have pipeline goals that we work with RevOps to set by week. So every week that our field marketers can go to their sales teams and say, okay, here's where you're doing a great job in building and converting pipe. Here's where you have some weaknesses. They can get it granularly down to an individual rep, say, hey, this rep might be having some challenges. What's going on? And that allows us to rapidly, shift our investment where we need to kind of help adjust to fill those gap areas. But it also drives a different discussion, because we're leading the discussion in the places where the business needs it to go to, not because the sales leader, with all the best intentions they have, is coming up with their wish list of things, right? And so, I mean, it's not only given marketing a seat at the table to drive the right discussion, but the sales team obviously appreciates it too, because we're coming with something of value to them. And so it's really transformed that whole relationship. And I believe that, field marketers are, a really important piece of the equation. And I think with, COVID, there was a lot of discussion about everything's going to move to digital. What's the future of field marketing?
Right.
What we're seeing is you still need, and it's not just about running events, but you still need like in-person. You need in-person, you need a combination of digital and physical events and programs. And so how you bring those things together and do it in the right way to support the business, field marketing then becomes the CMO of their territory instead of the event planner.
Oh, I like that. That's awesome. The synergies that you're describing that marketing has with sales at CrowdStrike is unique. I talk with a lot of CMOs. I'm fortunate to have this position, and some of them really nail the sales and marketing relationship. I've seen CMOs that own the SDRs, for example. But what you're doing to really create this individual pipeline and leverage the data to help sales sell better is marketing really leading the company in terms of helping to influence and generate revenue that you can actually track, which is huge. All about generating revenue at the end of the day, right?
That's right. It is. I mean, like we love the work that we do with our brand. It's amazing. It makes everybody feel really good. And that affinity does wind up translating to revenue at some point, because, we do a Super Bowl commercial. People love seeing that the company that they're investing in is a Super Bowl advertiser. It makes people feel better and more confident in their decision. Ultimately, everything we're doing is to drive revenue. We're a for-profit company, right? I mean, but at the end of the day, like you have to bring those two things together. I think the other thing that we've done a really great, we're continuing to do a really great job of is fusing the art and science together, bringing brand and demand together. So, when you have that amazing brand campaign, when you see that Super Bowl ad, it's not just, wow, they just did a Super Bowl ad and then went away. It's connecting the storytelling from that ad all the way through to the storytelling they see when they go to the website, they go to digital, and connecting the brand story to the platform and product story. And that sounds logical, but sometimes it's not done. And sometimes, a lot of times it's not done, right? Where you have a brand message and you have a product message and they don't necessarily logically connect, right? Or people have to do like what I call the mental math, right? To connect the dots, right? To connect those two stories together. We make it a much more seamless connection between brand and platform.
It's integrated, yes. I'd love to just kind of double click on the Super Bowl commercial a little bit. We've talked a lot about the science and the foundation, how you've brought data science to sales, the individual pipeline creation that's really data driven. What was some of the artistry involved in getting that message out in the Super Bowl commercial? For anyone that didn't see it, I'm sure they can find it on YouTube, but I'd love to just kind of get your, like, what was the artistry and sizzle that really helped carry that brand message forward?
Yeah. So we've done 2 Super Bowl ads this last year and the year before. A couple things. And, the decision to do a Super Bowl ad, we believe that we have a responsibility to bring cybersecurity to the mainstream because it's such an existential threat to all of us as consumers. And as one of the largest companies that, Super Bowl commercials are not inexpensive. We can, not everyone can afford to do it. We believe it's almost like carrying the flag for the industry in a way to bring the importance of cybersecurity to everyone. And to do that to a mainstream audience, it obviously has to be a very, it has to be a relatable message. It has to tie it together in a way people can understand. So the first year that we did the Super Bowl ad, it was about taking an event in history, the Trojan horse, and actually tying it as the most infamous breach in history that people can relate to, and tying it to what would have happened if they had CrowdStrike. So you're taking some events that everyone hopefully knows of on some level and tying it to our technology. And even the words we used of how we described what we did, it was very simple. And so, the average person could probably get it on some level. And the notion we stop breach, like, it's not just the notion, it's our mission. It's not just a tagline, it's our vision, it's our mission. We stop breaches, that's what we do. And so we stop the most infamous, in that story, we stopped the most infamous breach in history, right? So now juxtapose that with the Super Bowl commercial last year, and we took it to the future, right? So we went from the past to the future, and it was a future Western, if you will, where we actually brought the adversaries, the bad guys, to life. And so these are actual, each of the adversaries, they were kind of the outlaws, the bad guys that kind of came into the town, right? And there were 4 of them that represented actual adversary groups that we track. So one of the things we've done as a brand is we've put personas around hacking groups and e-crime groups and nation state groups, and given them personas. And, that's how we have, that's how we track them. That's how we talk about them. So they have a look and a feel to them. And so we brought them to life in a very sinister way in the ad. And then our heroine, Charlotte. So the other thing we did is we came up with, how are we going to put a persona to our brand around, positivity and truth and wisdom and protection. And we came up with our cybersecurity heroine, Charlotte, who was in both years' ads. And so she kind of, comes in and saves the day, if you will. But in the end, it's a story of good and evil. We're good. And the bad guys are, the adversaries are evil. And something that people can relate to. And look, all of that is, how I said it is, if you don't know anything about cybersecurity and all you took away from it is that CrowdStrike is cybersecurity. When you think cybersecurity, you think CrowdStrike. That's a win.
That's a huge win.
If you're in cybersecurity and you kind of understood some of the more nuances of the story, like who these adversary groups were, the notion that, it was a little futuristic. So it was bringing in AI into the ad in a way, right? And our technology is, part the human element of like our threat researchers and our threat hunters together with our technology and our AI driven technology, like bringing that together as part of our differentiation. So if you understand cybersecurity and technology, you probably got some of the more nuanced messaging in the story, but like there was something for everyone. And that's the beauty of storytelling, really.
Yes.
And it makes people feel good. You know, I'm a partner of
does.
CrowdStrike. I'm a customer of CrowdStrike. I'm an employee of CrowdStrike. I am so proud that I am affiliated with this company. And in the end, that's success.
Oh, totally. And we got that when like I said, I met you at Falcon last fall, and the voices of the customers really sharing not just stories of we're faster, we're more efficient, but really metrics driven outcomes is huge. I'm a huge fan of customer marketing and of customers really sharing it and with what they're doing, but how it's actually really impacting the business that was a great kind of theme that I think we brought out of Falcon last year. Last kind of section for you. You mentioned AI. I know that CrowdStrike is really leaning into Gen AI. Walk the audience through what you're doing there, because it's really remarkable, and you've got results that are demonstrating it's working, it's impactful.
Yeah. And so, well, AI as a company, AI has been in our technology since day one. And now we have generative AI in our technology. As a marketing organization, we are leaning heavily into generative AI to help accelerate how we work as marketers. So we have over 25 different use cases across the marketing organization right now that we're using ChatGPT for. And that's everything from things you would think about, like content creation. That's kind of the obvious one that marketers are using it for, to, you know, creating digital headlines for A/B testing, to best practices, you know, planning templates, to, I mean, it's writing our email copy for the SDRs, or editing content. I mean, it translations. It's kind of like there's a lot that we're doing across the board. One of the things that we did is we used it to help relaunch parts of our website. And the thing I would stress to marketers is it does not replace humans. Full stop. You can use ChatGPT, and there's even a little bit of an art in ChatGPT to, if you've used it, to, you know, you have to kind of ask the question and keep refining it and keep asking and prompting it to get to the kind of the answer that you want. And so there's a little bit of art in that. And then when you get the answer, there's refinement that has to happen after that. You're not going to get something and just copy and paste it and put it on your website and say that's it, right? Like you have to really like have the human like element to keep refining the messaging. But I mean, we were able to move. I mean, it went from months to a few weeks in terms of how fast we were able to move to kind of get some of these new areas of our site launched. And it's not only like the speed in which we're able to operate, the conversion. I mean, it's amazing the conversion improvement. So when people come onto our site, it's a much more rich experience. It's a much more engaging experience. They're finding the content they want. They're engaging with content more. And so we're proving that it works. And so that's my message, I think, to anyone out there is like, if you're like kind of resisting it consciously or not, don't resist it, because it actually does really help. And you can start using it with just basic things like, help me write this email. You know, I mean, it just takes like some things off of your plate that helps you kind of accelerate things. I found that very useful. The other thing is it doesn't replace humans. You still need humans for it.
Absolutely.
It can just help do your job faster. And so I'm a big believer. I'm seeing it work. And so I'm really driving this into the team, and, you know, the success breeds success. So when the team saw how successful this one team was in, you know, their project and how much, you know, internal recognition they were getting, every team now all of a sudden is raising their hands. They want to be the next one to go, right? And they're like, we want to do it now. And so it's contagious, right? And so we're seeing a lot of good initial success with it that we'll continue to use. So
that's outstanding. You talked about the website updates. You mentioned to me the other day that you guys are using it for A/B testing, but your proof is in the data. You talked about the impact of conversions alone is huge, and it's kind of going viral, no pun intended, within CrowdStrike. You're saying more teams are saying, we want to be the next team to actually leverage Gen AI to make big impacts that ultimately impact revenue. I think that's a great message. I'm completely with you on the use of Gen AI for good. I use it a lot myself, and it's fun how you can interact with it to be creative. And I think as marketers in tech, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I always feel like we have a sense of responsibility to help get that message out there much more consistently about all the positive elements that are coming from AI and tools like Gen AI, because there's so much fear factor out there in the general public that sees jobs being replaced, et cetera. You're saying, no, it's really humans and AI together. And I see that a lot with all the companies that I talk with, and you just kind of embodied that as well. Last question for you, JJ, is what advice would you have to somebody who is kind of following in your footsteps, wants to get to that CMO stage, based on kind of your backstory of how you got to where you are?
Yeah, great question. I think that taking risks is really important, and taking calculated risks, because people, people can take varying levels of risk based on, their life and their personal situations and all of that. But I think it's more about, when I say take risks, I think it's seizing opportunities as they come. My first job in tech marketing was an internship at Veritas Software. I think we talked about this, and it was back in the early 2000s when all of the Enron, WorldCom, if you remember back then, all the corporate governance scandals were happening, and that really created all these regulations around data governance, data retention, data security, data privacy. Sarbanes-Oxley was the big one. HIPAA, there's, things that still exist today, right, from that time frame. And I worked at a data storage company, and so there was a lot of questions around, well, what does this mean for data storage and retention and backup and recovery and archiving and all of that because of these regulations. So my internship was to go research these regulations and figure out how to map the regulations to the value proposition of our technology, and build content around it. So I was doing my internship, and one day I got a call from my boss and said, there is, our CEO is going on some broadcast, it was probably CNBC, some broadcast to talk about the impact of these regulations on the industry. And so he needs to get briefed. And that was a moment where probably my naivety probably worked to my advantage, that I said, okay, I'll go brief him. And so I went and briefed him and sent the briefing document, and it was great, and worked out really well, and I got a job out of it. So I think part of it is being prepared, right? They say, like, was it like luck is opportunity meets preparation. That probably was a bit of being lucky in that definition. But yeah, seizing those moments when they come to you and not being afraid, and taking risks. Sometimes, my path has sometimes taken it hasn't been a straight line. Sometimes it's kind of taken a bit of a left or a right turn to, you kind of go laterally to move 5 steps forward. Right. And I think those things are okay. Like, if you really think about, like, how is this going to help me get to the next thing? And you think kind of like 2 steps ahead. That's how I always think. And not everything needs to be a linear straight line. Sometimes going to the side is going to actually get you there faster, or get you to somewhere you didn't even know you wanted to go.
Exactly.
And so that's when I talk about taking risks. It's taking risks. Sometimes you don't know what the outcome's going to be, but you have an idea. And that I think that everyone I've talked to has that's been successful in their career has kind of had an element of that. Plus a good mentor. Get a good mentor.
Agree.
Everyone
Definitely.
Else mentor. Yeah.
That's such great advice. I'm with you on all of that, taking those calculated risks, being prepared, and just being open to possibilities, I think, is just what I would echo in terms of what you said. But JJ, it's been so great having you on the program. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us on Marketing, Art, and Science, sharing the foundations that you put in place, how you're bringing the data science to sales, how marketing and sales are so synergistic, and the use of AI and Gen AI within CrowdStrike's tools and marketing, and the impact that you're having to the business. This has been a fantastic episode. I'm sure the audience loved it. So again, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. We want to thank you for tuning in, and remind you, in 2 weeks, we drop another episode of Marketing, Art, and Science. So stay tuned. We'll see you then.